आ रहे सर? हाँ सकाळ दिलं इथं ऑडिटोरियम मध्ये त्यांना दिलं सकाळ एक काम कर कसं मॅडम कसं मॅमकडे त्यांच्याकडे मला तिकडे असतील मॅडम बोलतो IPC यूट्यूब पे देखो। Sir, Chetan sir, distance okay?
your phones on your silent mode or in the switch off mode so that you can enjoy all the exciting features of the keynote speakers that are going to be there. Please settle down. Volunteers, please take care that all of them are seated. All the videos please and our speakers for today have arrived. Please sit down. Very warm good morning to distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, and participants from all around the world. I'm saying all around the world because this session is also online, where we have people who have joined online also for this function. It is with great pleasure. I, Dr. Utkarsha, Dean Academic, Faculty of Engineering and Technology, DMIHER, welcome you all to the second International Conference on Artificial Intelligence in Healthcare, Education and Industry, IDICAIHEI 2024. A gathering of visionaries, researchers and innovators united by a shared passion of pursuing the boundaries of knowledge and technology. Today, we are gathered not only to explore the latest development in our field, but also to inspire by leaders who are driving impactful changes and breaking new ground. One of the most awaited highlights of our conference is the keynote session. Keynote speakers are the guiding light of any conference. They are the pioneers whose insights illuminate paths we are yet to tread. This section of the conference has been carefully curated to not only highlight cutting-edge advancements that matches with the theme of our conference, that is AI, education, healthcare, and industry, but also to foster collaboration with the AI and the existing technology that ignite meaningful discussions that will pave the way for groundbreaking, and we have thus got a bouquet of dignitaries with us who are going to engage you. Without further ado, we begin with our first invited talk of the day by Dr. Vishnu Vardhan, founder and CEO of SLL Hanuman AI, Bangalore. Let me introduce briefly ourselves to you. Dr. Vishnu is a pioneer in Gen AI innovation, particularly in healthcare, with groundbreaking achievements like Hanuman, a multilingual, multimodal, large language model transforming global healthcare accessibility. A former orthopedic surgeon with a dual MIT master's degree, he seamlessly integrated medicine and AI to revolutionize healthcare and democratize advanced technology for impactful, inclusive solutions. I request Sir to please come on the stage, give a big round of applause. Sir, we share his expertise on AI revolution, three pillars of transformation: healthcare, precision, education innovation, and industrial revolution. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. First, I would want to thank DMIHER faculty and the organizers of this conference for inviting me to address this AI conference. I mean, as a keynote speaker. I came to Nagpur sometime back, and after that, I have been coming back and back again. On that day, I said, like, I really love this place. Yeah, today I'm in Wardha, not in Nagpur, but in the same vicinity, right? So, it's an amazing place. I come from Bangalore and we move around in Bombay and Delhi and all. But here I see a lot of great engineering schools, but colleges. And today was a revelation to me because I came here, I expected an engineering school, and I got to know that it's a deemed university with more focus on medicine, and then you are bringing engineering into the medicine. Why I'm so excited about this concept is my own story. I'm an orthopedic surgeon by training. In fact, as the story goes for most of us in India, not now, but 20, 30 years back when we were in school. So there was always, parents used to tell, go to medicine, and we used to always dream of becoming a computer engineer going to US. So exactly the same thing happened to me. I always wanted to be a computer engineer. I was very good in math, but since I was good in biology also, I am from Karnataka where you can get into both medicine and engineering. So I got into both. My father and my mother said they have to become a doctor. Doctor is because like parents always love best the daughters to become a doctor. So I ended up in medical school. Then when you are in medical school, you always want to be a specialist. I ended up being a orthopedic surgeon. And computers, yeah, nothing was anywhere near me. So I was practicing as a clinician in India's largest hospital. I was in Apollo Hospital. So, but things took a different turn for me. I was specialized in something called ballistic trauma surgery. Ballistic trauma is where you treat gunshot and bomb blast. Fortunately for India, we all don't have that problem which US has. Right? So I had to go to US to get trained in this specialized field. And there is a lot of gunshot bomb blast. Not India. I came back to India and hardly we have any work here. I used to, then I said, like, what to do next? I joined US, United Nations, as Director of Medical Services, where I used to manage a lot of trauma services across the world. So I was in South Africa, managing trauma centers across many countries, where we keep hearing, which have one, Syria, Iraq, Somalia, these places. That's where I really got in touch with healthcare technology and the power it has. I used to think that I'm operating on so many people, I'm doing a great job for the world. But when we combine medical technology with healthcare, then it really goes exponential. That really excited me. I said, can we do more into healthcare technology? But if you see in medical schools, we are not taught any technology, right? So at least in our times, we used to use simple techniques like SPO to monitor it. Does anyone teach in medical curriculum like how does this even work? We only know that what is the percentage of saturation which has to be perfect, and we use as simple things as BP machine. We're not taught like how they are made, how mercury BP machine has now become into an Android and now it's become digital. We are not taught that. We are only taught about how to use it, but not the technology behind that. So medical schools are totally different. They are doing clinical things, and engineering schools are totally different. They are building things. And people who use them are not together. They are doing their things separate. If you go to a great engineering school, they are doing a lot of technology there, but they don't know how it is used in real life in clinical scenarios. And this is a big challenge. That's why healthcare technology is one of the toughest things to do, because people who use it, those technology, and people who build that don't know how to build it. So built by someone, used by someone, and we are all using that. So that's a big challenge. And I went on to find where a place like where we can combine both. And at that time, like it's 2014, I found that MIT has a place. MIT is in Boston. It's world's #1 university, and it has a place called Healthcare Sciences, which is a joint institution between Harvard and MIT. Harvard and MIT in Boston are like next to each other. So where the MIT campus and Harvard campus is. But in the middle of that, there is this place. That's where I went to study technology. And when I went there, I wanted to study something on medicine. But later I realized that big data is something which is huge. Because in US, after 2008, a lot of things have changed. After Obama became president in US, he said, all the medical institutions, every hospital, every doctor has to use electronic medical records. So you can't take a patient and write a prescription on a paper. You have to do it medical. So we have to use an EMR system. So imagine like every hospital, everything, even if you go to hospital and get your BP checked or as simple thing as a viewer, there is a medical record which is in digital format. So imagine the kind of data they will be generating every day when everything which happens in healthcare is digitally recorded. So it has created huge data in US, and now once so much data comes, we can do a lot of analysis there, find patterns, So that's how medical big data becomes a big thing to be learned. But as an AI specialist or a big data scientist, you will be knowing how to build this algorithm, but how do you apply in real field? So that again you need doctors. Right? And again in medical curriculum, if you come, we hardly study statistics very little, only in PSM. Or if you are doing your MD, you might be outsourcing your whole thesis of doing statistics to biostatistician somewhere, right? So again, that's the problem. So where are the medical statistics? So these are the big challenges which Harvard wanted to solve by associating with world's number engineering school MIT. And they started this where they used to put in doctors and then make them big data. That's how I got exposed to technology, and that changed my life. And today, if we cut that story short, I don't practice medicine now. I'm a full-time tech technology. And what we have built after that is something amazing, which I'm very proud to present. Like last time when I was talking in Nagpur, Hanuman was just, getting built. Today we have built India's first multilingual, multimodal foundation. Not only it's India's ChatGPT. So built in India on India's data. Principal Indian technicians, everything built in India. And since what happens when you build in India? Two things happen. We build it great, and we build it at much lesser cost than what it costs, right? So ChatGPT has costed billions of dollars, and we already done in India, and Hanuman AI is live now. So we have not launched the app yet. I'm going to launch it next month, but still you can access it. HANUMANAI.com. So you go there, then you can access it for free. So activity costs around 2,300 per professional subscription. And then there is another which is very popular these days called Perplexity. And then Amazon has a model called Cloud. So all three together, if you purchase, it's nearly 7,000 rupees subscription you have to pay. And Hanuman is virtually doing it for 700 rupees. So imagine the kind of cost difference India can bring. So we have brought in a cost like if we have got a factor of 10 in our first person. Our model is called Everest 10. So Everest is world palace model in India. So we have named our model as 10. And that model costs just 1% of what it costs to generate a million tokens of the API. So this is the innovation we have got. But since this is a medical college, I want to talk about how we have brought healthcare and AI together. So that's going to be my a topic of the day today. Because I wanted to talk more about Hanuman, but when I see a lot of medicine here, I want to tell you something which is amazing, which has been built. So I will just keep my presentation directly to what we are doing in healthcare and AI. This is a question we asked in 2019. Are you healthy? So usually when we talk about health, people always say that okay, this many people in India are diabetes, and this many people in India are hypertensive. This many people have cardiovascular diseases. But these are manifestations of disease, right? So they come later. Before that, you don't become a diabetic in a day. It takes decades for a person to turn from normal to a diabetic. But much before all this happens, there is something happening in the body. So in US, NHS does a survey every 5 years to find out like how healthy people are. And something starting came in 2019 when they checked like for millions of people and then analyze if they are really healthy in the sense of health or not healthy, they think very sadly. 88% of adult population in US metabolically. So metabolically doesn't mean that if you go to the doctor will say that okay, you have some problem. But still, you have all the propensity to get any of these problems. And imagine that adult is just 18 years. So they have taken everyone above 18 years and they found that 88% people are not healthy and they all have propensity to get problems. So this metabolic illness can manifest in any form. It can become diabetes, later cardiovascular disease, it can even turn into cancer. So if a person is metabolically healthy, what it is a real health, not just having that I don't have BP or sugar doesn't mean that you are healthy. You still might have metabolic illness. And most of it is not even seen that we go and get our blood test done, right? So we get our blood test, our cholesterol will be normal, we get our BP test, it will be normal, sugar test, it will all be normal. But still, something will be happening inside, which is what we will manifest later. So our thought was, can we identify this very early and then start integrating with people and then make them really healthy? So this was the thought which came when we started studying because 80% is what everyone. So we might say we are healthy, but still we might not be healthy. Something might be happening inside, right? So why did it happen? This was the question. So morning, I was taking the breakfast and we were not talking about pollution in Delhi. So Delhi pollution actually is about 500 AQI, which is the highest because that's what anything can be measured after that. I don't think there is any measurement, so they say 500. And I come to Bangalore where it is about 95, which is good. But still Bangalore also has a lot of traffic. So we are all exposed to so much of what are we exposed to? Toxins, environmental toxins and even the food we eat. A lot of processed food these days, which is mostly made in factories. All these are the factors which are really affecting the health of the person. And that's why we see that more and more diseases are getting expressed very early compared to, let's say, 50 years back. 50 years back in the US, only 30% of the people were obese. Today it is 40%. In India, it is 25%, where we are struggling with hunger on one side, TB on one side, but we also have 25% people who are obese. So all of this is changing our gene expression, right? So currently, if you look at our medicine, it is always being reactive. I get a disease, I go to the doctor, we treat them. Really, the future of medicine is going to be proactive, where we can identify things much earlier than we really can, and then treat them at the root cause. So, how do we build this kind of proactive care in the healthcare is how we thought about. So, this is the framework which we have built. It's all like interconnected, right? So we are exposed to so much of trauma, and then many of us don't even study, especially even in mainstream medical curriculum, we don't study much about that microbiome. So human gut has 10 trillion microbiome, which is 10 times the cells in the body. So we are virtually carrying more microbiome in our gut than the cells in our body. And this is a very sensitive indicator of what happens in our lifestyle. So if you are exposed to environmental pollution or toxins or trauma, so this gut microbiome changes. And this changes is what changes the expression of our genes. So today you might be having a gene which makes you prone for diabetes or cancer or anything. But if it doesn't get exposed, you are not going to get the disease. But if your gut microbiome changes and then your gene expression starts, that's when people are going to start having the problem and then they get disease. So this is a framework which is currently, making many diseases more prevalent and prevalent. In India today, we have 30%. Latest statistics are saying it's nearly 30% diabetes in India. It was not even 18%, it was 3 years back away. So this year they have stated it's nearly doubled, and nearly 30% people have fatty liver disease. All this is happening when they are just like, thinking that we're all normal, we're all healthy. So this is how it's changing because our genes are expressing much earlier than really they used to do. So this framework is what this is trying to bring. So P5 medicine is called the holy grail of medicine. Here we are saying, can we predict diseases, not just treat diseases? Can we prevent diseases? Can we personalize? Like I will tell you one very startling example. This is the most common drug given to the people. In the whole world, it's called statins. Statins are the cholesterol low. They're the most prescribed drugs in the world. But for Indian population, nearly 35% people can't even metabolize statins, but we still give them because it's not very personalized. All the guidelines are based on population guidelines, which are mostly studied on Western population. So it's not personalized. Most importantly, what we are bringing is participating in medicine. Are we participating in our own healthcare, or we are just depending on the healthcare system to treat us? So this is the P5 medicine, which is going to be like the future of medicine, where you can personalize things, you can predict things, you can make each person part of the healthcare journey rather than just sitting in the hospitals. And for this, we need two great technologies that are currently available. One One is the multi-omics. I will come back to generative AI later. So multi-omics is studying what we don't study currently in the hospital. So in the hospital, we are doing biomarkers, we are doing all the tests. But what is happening inside, how the genes are expressing, how the gut microbiome is changing, how this is leading to different kinds of proteins which are causing disease is what the study of multi-omics is called. So when I came back to India in 2022, I was surprised that I had to virtually go to 4 or 5 different universities to even get people who are studying all this. IIT Bombay is one case where they do a lot of metabolic study and proteomics study. But for team, we had to go to a place called IGIT, which is integrative. It's in Delhi. It's in Delhi University. That's what it is there. And for proteomics, IIT Wardha is one of the best places in India. So different places are doing it in different ways. So they are studying one part of it. The whole puzzle was not being studied in the same place where we had to bring it all this together. Because I'll tell you, if I do if I do all this test for a single person, like my own test we have done, it generates maybe about 250 GB data for one person. Now you imagine this 250 GB data for one person, and how do we integrate this? That was the big technical challenge we had. It took us 2 years to just study 107 people to bring all this together and then make sense of it. That's when we said it's unscalable, it's also going to be super expensive. We need a different technology to even integrate this. So that's when we brought in generative AI and we started using transformer technology. Transformer technology is the one which is really changed how ChatGPT was built as transformer technology. So it can predict your things. It's a very interesting thing which has happened. And we kind of used it for our own data set and said, can we integrate all this and then build this? That's how easy came to bring 2 technologies. One is the multi-omics, the other is the generative AI, which have really revolutionized. Now, once we got this technology, we could scale it up and then we built 100,000 data sets in a year. So currently, this is how the cycle. So we take information from all the data, all the genomics, multi-omics data. We also take information from IoT. A lot of IoT can be used today to study how your sugar is. I'm wearing a CGM here. So I scan it. I get glucose level every 5 minutes. So in a day, I generate 144 glucose levels. Get that information. All the digital health, your BP, your temperature, your pulse. I'm wearing this ring, right? So this gives me information about my sleep, my stress levels, my pulse, my saturation, my BP also. So everything we are knowing. So morning, once I clear my own stay, I'll tell you a very interesting thing. I have all the genes which make me prone for obesity, or diabetes and cardiovascular. So I come from a family of doctors. That's why my father always wanted me to be a doctor. My grandfather was one of us Indian doctors. And he had diabetes at like 25 years of age. And both my uncles, who are also doctors, had diabetes at 40. And my mother was always very, very afraid that I will get diabetes. She used to say, don't eat sugar, don't, drink and smoke, you will get this problem. Because we thought that only eating sugar causes diabetes. The problem is I can't metabolize carbohydrates at all. So, not just sugar, if you eat rice, chapati, ragi, anything is carbohydrate, right? So, I used to eat a lot of carbohydrates, thinking that I'm not just eating sugar. Not taking sugar means what? Putting in the sweet and then not putting sugar in your coffee, right? So, that's the only thing you think that not eating sugar. But we are eating carbohydrates every day. So, I always used to struggle maintaining my weight. I always used to be on the other side, bit obese. Instead of doing so much of exercise, walking, running, I never used to get my weight. Okay. So later, when I did my genomic sequencing, I realized that I can't metabolize carbohydrates well. So the best thing was to quit virtually all the carbohydrates. Now I'm virtually on very low carb diet. I hardly eat carbs and I fast a lot. So I don't eat breakfast. I fast for like maybe 18 hours in a day. And you see my BMI is 21.4. So I have never seen this at this, even in medical school, I was 80 kg. Today I am 72 kg. Imagine that after 20 years after you quit the school, you have a better weight than that. So that happened because the simple fact that I don't eat carbohydrates. That's it. So that's the information we get, the precision we get. So this is the information which we are trying to give to people using this, bringing this generative AI and multi together. And it has also given us a lot of other insights. So with the data sets we have created, we have been able to even find a lot of new drugs which are going to come in the future. So we are working on Alzheimer's drug, and we are also working on the cancer drugs, which were not there yet. Without studying this, we could not even know that how these things are developing. Because we always know about Alzheimer's when people are already losing their memory. So can we predict this much before that and start intervening? And to prevent this Alzheimer's, it's very complex when people really get the memory loss. But before that, all we need to do is increase the amino acid levels. That's what we are really building. So it's not like simple amino acids which we can get when eating some different types of proteins which are there in our food. So these are the few things which are going to prevent from getting Alzheimer's. Only if you know that who is going to get that and what amino acids are going to be given. So these are the insights which we are getting using this. So that's the power of AI and the genomics, which is going to be a game changer. And I'm very glad that this university has really thought of bringing medical school and then engineering together. I was really happy that what MIT has been trying and sometimes is doing it in Wardha. Is not even Taiwan city, but the Taiwan city of India is so great because only when doctors and engineers really work together, a lot of solutions come up. Because engineers will understand the medicine better and doctors will have access to technology to really do a great change in how they are managing their patients or doing their clinic. So it's an amazing thing. I'm really happy that you invited me to the keynote speaker in this. We talk about the most cutting edge AI and healthcare thing. And so this is exactly what is happening now. So where we are bringing genomics and generative AI together to understand healthcare much better than what we can currently do. Because it gives us so many options to come with new drugs, biomarkers, and also prevent and personalized diseases. This is now today we are no longer talking about lifespan, we are talking about health span. People might live for 70 years or 80 years, but how many years can you live more healthy? You can just drag on with all our great healthcare. You can drag on people, even I think people who are on dialysis for 15 years. But it's a very tough life, right? Can we prevent these people from even doing dialysis? Can we predict the kidney failure and then do that? So these are the kind of futuristic things which are going to come in this precision medicine. So, imagine that. So we are going to launch the app. So next month you can see that. So where will be taking a billion data points from each person and creating a small personalized model for them, which will tell you what to, when to, what kind of food you need to eat, when you have to do exercise, what is the ideal micronutrients, vitamins you need to take, what is the ideal balance. So these are the few things which really prevent diseases than anything else. So this is what we are trying to do, because this will also build on the cost of healthcare, right? So if you can prevent diseases by doing few things which are mostly in your lifestyle, that's how the cost of healthcare and also the affordability and access to is going to increase. This is This is why we call it, the future of healthcare. And we are currently working in US, but we'll be launching it for India. Mostly, first we will be doing it is in the field of diabetes because India is now the diabetes capital in the world. So, but we don't need great technology there. All we need is to tell people what we need, how to be healthy. That's going to really, prevent diabetes in India, also control our diabetes because diabetes can be reversed. And to end my story, why we have named our company as this is my mother's name, and she had diabetes 5 years back, and today she doesn't have diabetes, completely reversed, and all we did was take care of her nutrition, exercise. She's 67 now. She does her exercise every day, and she does fasting. She completely avoids carbs, and we personalize her micronutrition. This is what has really reversed her diabetes. Not so. This is possible, and we want to build this at a scale. So we'll be launching it on a Hanuman platform next year, where everyone can use this and then control the diabetes and even reverse it. Because India has nearly 220 crore diabetes population. So thank you very much for inviting me to talk on your healthcare. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I just wanted to tell the real application of it rather than discuss something like models and all which will be covered versus 100% would be translational things to the healthcare. Thank you very much and great day to all of you. Thank you.
Big round of applause for Hanuman AI. Thank you, India. Thank you very much for telling the insight about AI. So next lined up is a fireside chat on AI in education, healthcare, and defense. So I invite the moderator and the speaker for the fireside chat to please come on the dais so that you can get started. So then I will introduce the moderator and the speaker to you. The moderator is Mr. Piyush Agarwal, VP Product, who has 14 plus years of expertise in product strategy. And the speaker is Mr. Rohan Shankar, Wing Commander, Indian Air Force. So big round of applause. So without further ado, I give you my both of them in chat.
Thanks. I would like to thank the Institute for inviting us. A bit about me, myself, Piyush. I head up product team at a startup in Bangalore. We are raising up around $80 million. It's my pleasure to host this session with Wing Commander Rohan Shankar. Rohan has an extensive career in AI at Indian Air Force. Currently, he heads the AI ML services at the Indian Air Force. In the last 14 to 15 years of his experience in Indian Air Force, he has built multiple applications in AI. But some of the key applications that he has built in AI is health prediction for Sukhoi 30 engine, which has drastically helped Bharat to improve the operational efficiency of the Sukhoi MiG-30 engines. So that is one of the key achievements. I think I request all the audience to give a big round of applause to Rohan. So I was something very effective that people from everyone bring to the country, he and his team. In the next 25 to 30 minutes that we have, we will try to cover three broad areas, which is AI and defense, what defense as a country has been doing in AI. Because Rohan has an experience, he also nurtures the young budding engineers. So what is his thought on AI in education? Vishnu is an expert in AI in health, but I and Rohan thought that it makes sense to talk something about AI in health because the country, as Vishnu also mentioned, that we have multiple problems in health. So we have done our research. We are not an expert in AI in health, but whatever our research which Rohan has done, I have done, we will try to put that today. So let's start with a session where in this audience, except few, for us, AI started when in last couple of years when when Microsoft purchased OpenAI. But I think as a difference, your journey has been very different because when we heard about AI, you would have heard before that. So how was your journey of defense in AI? What was your starting point? You can throw some light on that. What was some real world examples on AI in defense?
Sure, sure. First of all, thank you for inviting me over here. And, really glad to be part of this audience. Yeah, so starting with our journey, in defense, actually, again, AI started in the world, if I say back in 1960, it was a trigger point. But then it was in a very brief sort of a time, and AI really picked up after, I can say, 2010. So, following the trend, we started our AI journey with doing some bit of initial data analysis and some bit of modeling. That was in 2019. And then the pretext for this was actually, 2018. So pretext was we were getting a lot. So Sukhoi, by virtue of their nature of flying, they have two engines on either sides. So we were having a lot of single engine landing, and then we got this problem that can we predict the health of these engines and try to minimize these single engine landings. So in 2018, we started our journey, and we did some data analysis, and then there was the data being analyzed, but whatever data was being analyzed was just on that particular flying experience. Like from the time the flight flies to it lands for the sorting. So we were just looking at one particular sorting, not going historically, checking whether all the parameters of the sorties are actually conforming to the band in which it should follow. And then we found out some glaring instances wherein even if the equipment manufacturer of the engines told us that it was behaving like all those features which we were trying to actually I say recognize, they were behaving well within their bands, but then the correlation with the other features was not matching, and this led to the failure of those engines. And then when we did our analysis, we got up with some modeling. In 2020, we did a lot of more research, interacted with more subject matter experts, with more AI experts. And then in 2020, we finally built one sort of product for the Indian Air Force, while still being in Indian Air Force. But still, that product had some challenges. And just to give you a glimpse, in 2022, we rolled out this product called Pan Air Force, and a similar thing called Hugging Face is being already deployed in already functioning in the open source. And we were not knowing we were developing a small prototype for the Hugging Face, like we were doing the transfer learning techniques. We were really empowering the users to build their own models for their own engines. And we were not knowing this. We used to call it transfer learning then. Hugging Face sort of recalibrated it and called it as fine tuning. That's what we call it these days. So we introduced this thing in 22 without even knowing that this thing was already like in open source, people were following it. And now it's a big success story for us, wherein we are actually predicting the health of Su-30 engines, and we brought down the rates of failures, and there's a lot of, I can say, contingencies this year that we avoided after that. So this was a small story of ours, but yes, if I say in defense, there's a lot of improvements and a lot of technology that is coming in defense with respect to the AI. If you want a glimpse, you can just follow the Ministry of Defense challenge statements that we publish regularly, and you just get to know that where they're progressing. You would have heard of the Iron Dome of Israel. In fact, in India, we have a company who's focusing on the drone attacks and preempting those attacks and then getting rid of those attacks within a range of 4,000 kilometers. So we are actually progressing in defense. There's something called IEEE, which the government of India has launched. This is to manage the spectrum. This is to manage the I say optimized spectrum in real time, and that's all being done with the help of AI. So there's a lot of things that is going on in the backend with respect to defense, and yeah, we had also this story with us.
So we are in a safe hand. I think that's something.
I don't believe so.
There's a buzz when we talk about AI, ethical AI, ethical AI, ethical AI. But when you are at war, there is nothing ethical. So how does defense look ethical AI? What are your views on ethical AI when it comes to defense?
So that's a very, very good question and a tricky one also. in what, as you rightly said, that there is nothing ethical. But what if the ethical, what if the AI that we build turns against us? So then we have to go ethical. So for us, the consideration of actually building the AI is very important right from scratch, because we have to take care of a lot of things. Now, ethically, if I say, the first thing is who's responsible, who will take the accountability if anything goes wrong. So is it the person who's actually developed the code, is the person who's provided the data, or is the person who's acting as a subject matter expert telling you what to do and what not to do? What if something goes wrong, then who is responsible? So just to give a classic example, 2020 there was a conflict, small conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan, sorry. And both the sides deployed drones. So the drones which were deployed by Azerbaijan worked very fine, while the drones which were deployed by Armenia, they counterattacked the Armenians. There was a lot of civilian casualties that happened. Now, if we don't put the right data into our AI, if we don't consider the ethical considerations, if the data is biased, there is no fairness in the data. What if it attacks your own population? You never know. We are developing things like Israel is heavily deploying AI in their current warfare, where they are selectively targeting their hostile agencies, selectively targeting within the group of people. But then when this product was initially conceptualized, then a lot of Israeli specialists themselves said that it's a mass-killing machine. Because if anything goes wrong, you are directly hurting the civilians. And then finally comes the point of whether we are having cybersecurity angle, whether the data which we build it on is actually protected or not. Just to give you an insight, in 2019, researchers actually proved that they could intrude into your AI system. And they actually did with the military systems. And they just manipulated some of the pixels of the images before being fed. And the AI, which was specifically designed for recognizing and classifying a military vehicle, failed. So just imagine if the ethical considerations are not taken into account, then everything falls back on us. And to build such kind of product takes at least 5 to 7 years to have a very robust product. If it is not considered, if the ethical considerations are not considered right from the beginning when you're conceptualizing them, it pays very heavily to you when you are actually deploying them on the field.
Makes sense, makes sense. From defense, let's move to education in interest of time. So what we have seen is in the e-commerce industry or the social media industry, there is more focus on personalization. Like if you create a personalized content, AI is being used for predictions, algorithms are being created for so on and so forth. But in education, how AI can help in personalized teaching? What are your thoughts on AI personalized teaching for the students?
So already AI is taking the education industry in a big way, in which we are selectively, we can get to know that what are the strengths and the weaknesses of a particular student, what is the learning capacity, what is the learning curve, learning rates, and then we can pinpoint and plan sort of a customized training syllabus for that particular student. And this is something which I'm telling you will come definitely in the future, but particularly in the education industry, we already gone to that extent that we are also teaching the students online in multi-diverse languages. Vishnu Sarvaya has already rolled out a model which can help you in converse in a lot of languages, regional languages. So to reach to the student, it is very easy right now. And it becomes all the more like India has close to about 270 million students under its bracket, which come under the purview of the education industry. And AI has actually been a very good equalizer in terms of how to make this particular technology or studies could reach for even the students who don't have that kind of an access. So if some student in far away Rajasthan area or maybe some remote area doesn't know English, doesn't know maybe even the Hindi or maybe in southern Kerala, AI can now empower you to speak in your own language, learn in your own language, without to have to actually follow any particular brand of study. So Then I am very sure there will be times in coming days wherein a teacher from IIM or IIT or a big reputational institute is doing a live stream and it being converted into a local language, live and being transcripted, and you're learning that on the fly. So that day is not very far.
With that as a context, I don't want to offend any teacher in the crowd, but if AI is going to take so much, so do we still need teachers? Why can't an AI assistant replace a teacher and do it? So students can learn via AI in their own language. So do we need teachers in the use of AI? I don't want to offend any teachers, but just put for a thought, what can be done? So what is your thought, Rohan, on this?
So I don't know why they're clapping.
I think I don't think much is the crowd, so I think this is
So I want to ask if there are less teachers in the crowd. But then, to be very blunt, AI can never and will never replace the teachers. Just to ask the students, like how many of you use chat GPTs? Can I just have a hands up? Almost all, right? How many of you would converse in the chat GPT for more than say half an hour? Just doing a small conversation. You both? Okay. Some people over here. Okay, very few I can see. So, for you to interact with somebody and still be engaged with that conversation or in that context is difficult for us humans. We need somebody in front of us to really explain it in terms of how we understand it. AI only tells you for what it's made of, but a teacher is far beyond that. There was a report from McKinsey. They said that 83% of the students, still after having this much of access to the GPTs, would want to take their mentorship and teaching from the teachers. We have the 70% also with us, but then 83% of the students want teachers in front of them. Teachers are just not about giving you information; it is more about inspiration, right? I personally, I remember all those teachers in my life who gave me, imparted some sort of knowledge in me, who given me some good things to change. Right? I've never had a prompt from a GPT which has changed my life. I've never developed a code which has changed my life, except for if it gives me a high-paying job. But I've never ever seen that a machine is inspiring a human being. A machine only inspires a human being to build a more powerful machine than that machine. Teacher is more about giving you the inspiration to do more and getting to your level of understanding and then helping you to learn that. In fact, there was a very good study conducted by UNESCO which said that if AI is put as an enabler for the teachers, it gives teachers close to about 13 hours per week to concentrate more on their core jobs, which is actually engaging students and teaching both. So AI will definitely act as an enabler for the teacher, but it can never replace the teacher. And I don't think that we are going to see anything like that. We can have a clap for this also.
I think just to summarize on the education bit, I think you rightly said that teachers are primarily an inspiration. When you interact with somebody, teachers inspire you. And also one more thing, teachers make memory. How to make memory? If you're doing something wrong, then the teacher will scold you. They will guide you. AI will never scold you. If even if it scold you, you will just shut it up and say, I understand more than you. But as a teacher, when he scolds you or guides you on the right path, that makes your memory for a long, long time. This is a talking point with your kids or with your friends. That, hey, I was doing ABC thing and this professor of mine scolded me for this or guided me on this path and what I'm today here. So that's what AI cannot do, I think. So more importantly, no, AI will not scold you. AI means inspire you, give you some information, but AI will never scold you, never give you that goosebump that ask to lagegi karke. So that AI can never give you. So now moving to the health as a sector, what are your thoughts on AI in health? How do you think as a country AI can help us in the patient care diagnosis assessment?
So definitely AI will transform, and we are seeing some like the visionaries who are transforming the AI in healthcare. just like Vishnu has brought out, India has close to about 75 million population who are under diabetes. And diabetes is one of the core sectors in which AI is actually progressing. So, just to give you an example, Google's DeepMind, it developed an algorithm which could scan your retina and give you a prediction whether you're diabetic or not with an accuracy of 95%. Similarly, the advancements we are doing in India, particularly the Apollo hospitals, they've launched a platform called AI-CVD. It is called AI Cardiovascular Disease Diagnosis. They've taken a data set of 5 lakh patients, developed a model which gives you a 10-year risk of whether you can have a cardiac attack or not with an accuracy of 90%. So just imagine how AI is not only helping you to solve some problems, but it's also predicting what can happen in your body by looking at your lifestyle, by looking at your metabolic condition. And AI is just not in healthcare particularly, I just want to bring this out because in healthcare, AI is just not contributing to your health per se. So Narayana Hospital in Bangalore, what they have done is they have employed AI to optimize their beds in the hospital. Now AI is also helping the healthcare sector this way in which they want to reduce the waiting time for the patient so that the patient is actually, if he's to be attended on time, then that's also priority. And similar was done by Cleveland University in the US. So there's a lot of advancement. In fact, I don't know whether you've seen or not, a video was circulated a few days back in which there was surgery being performed on a corn with the help of AI, with the help of the robots. So we will get to that. We are getting to that stage where there's special surgery also being performed by the AI. And I'm very sure that the apprehensions that the doctors had from 4-5 years back that can AI actually help us or will AI be a boon or a beast for us, then the mindset is changing and they're also focusing more towards the AI.
Cool. So, there's a large audience here. Some would be the job seekers, some would be the job creators. So for that, what advancement do you see in 5-10 years in AI that students should prepare themselves for?
So I think coming 5-10 years would be more of Edge AI. By Edge AI, I mean that most of your wearable devices would be more AI powered. If I talk about the defense sector, the Edge AI would mean that all those machines which are going on the battlefield, they would be empowered with the AI, not being to communicate with a central agency or central cloud, because that's not what we want to do when we are in the state of war or anything like that. So it would be more of Edge AI. There would be a lot of cybersecurity combined with AI when we talk about the technology terms, and there would be a lot of quantum coming out, and possibly with AI maybe in next decade. So there's a lot of progress which should happen in the field of AI, and healthcare again seems to be one of the foremost, if I say the top 3 ranking subjects which would be explored in AI. I think healthcare would be the top one or the second one, and defense would be the second, because there's a lot of potential in both these sectors, and there's a lot of research also going on in these sectors.
For a student, I'm a student and I have to take a key takeaway that I want to pursue career in AI. What are the ABC things that I should do to pursue my career in AI? What will be your thought on that?
So for students, I would like to tell that AI is, okay, GPT is AI, but GPT is not the only thing which is AI. There's a lot more things that are beyond GPTs, which you can start with, and the basics will always remain the same. Whether you are building a GPT or you're building a hi-fi solution, maybe a AI-based satellite to Mars, the basics will still remain the same. I would still urge, because I interact with a lot of students and then I feel that somewhere they get overwhelmed and then they jump the ship. You can only board the ship when it is in the harbor. So consider that as how you would start learning a particular topic from scratch, from base, go step by step, keep asking questions wherever you have doubts, and try to be the GPT for GPTs. So if anybody asks you what the problem is, why my GPT is not giving me the correct answers or the inferences, then you should know that what the problem would be behind the scenes. Because basics will always remain the same. The GPTs will always have been based on the transformers, which are based on the neural networks, which are based on the matrices, and which are nothing but the equations. So if you are foundationally strong, I don't think that anything can harm you in the long future. But don't give GPT a chance to take your jobs. That's what I can say.
So before I open to the audience, I started with a real world example of defense, and I want the audience to again listen to you on a real world example in defense. So some of them can get inspired by this example and pursue a career in defense. If you can give a closing remark before I open to the audience, one more real world example that you have worked on, that you have seen on in defense, which makes Bharat more successful.
So we are also working on a technology. So this is again AI based in the defense, based with the environment. So we are concentrating towards a technology wherein we want to reduce the bird menace in and around the airfield. Now, for that, for you to know, you should know what kind of birds migrate over there, what is their habits, when is the nesting times, and then to club it with their migratory patterns, the random patterns in which how they fly and what they do when they get scared, because there is a lot of blowing of like the alarms when the aircraft lands. So then when the aircraft lands, there's a lot of there are some gas pumps, and these gas pumps blow something into the air which really distracts the bird or scares them, and then the bird gets dispersed. It's mostly to avoid the aircraft being the engines being crashed into the bird, or the bird causing any harm to the engines. So this is one example. Again, we are working on how to reduce this menace, which involves real-time dynamics of how the aircraft is flying, how the bird could possibly behave, and then trying to come up to a collision avoidance algorithm in real time, which can help the aircraft or the person who's sitting on the ground take a decision whether the aircraft should land or not land. So this is the kind of work that we are actually doing, and yes, there's a lot of digital twinning also happening in defense, wherein we are trying to simulate and build digital models of these physical entities. So we are trying to build and then expose that digital model in a simulated environment, just to see what are the edge conditions for that particular real world physical model to be exposed, and how will that physical model interact or react when it is exposed to that kind of environment. So we are moving towards a lot of technology, like hardware technology space, and then yeah, the progress is there.
Thanks a lot for this wonderful brief. In interest of time, we can take 3 questions. Anybody in the audience have any questions, please raise your hand. Volunteer, if you can get a mic, we would be happy to answer. One would be happy to answer that. Yeah, please. Wait, okay.
Good morning, sir. I'm Sakshi Shankar from the Department of Computer Science and Design from Kalkandi University. I am the final year student. As a final year student, I am trying to get a job in the AI field. But what is the trend is actually going in the market? What I thought on the beginner level, on the fresher level, we are not getting a job in the AI field direct. So what we can do, or what kind of knowledge we can take, like how we can directly go into the AI field. So that is my question.
Okay. So you can start with small steps. I'm really not sure about what is going on in the market, why they're not hiring the students. But then there's a progression. Like I would like to say that there are again 2 types of AI. One is the AI which is for the research, and one is the AI which is adapting to what has already been developed. So it's mostly about patching the APIs from already developed LLMs or doing all those kind of things. So for the students trying to enter into the field of AI, I think maybe you can start with the data analytics part. Try to develop your core skills on that, because any AI, the prelude is the data, right? The data analytics part. So you can start with the data analytics part, have a good foundation over there, prove yourself over there, try to get some foundational models or inferences from there, and then maybe graduate. Because even if you get a job in the field of AI, it's mostly about patching the APIs and trying to, club your data with those APIs and then trying to make some inference. But for you to get into that research part of AI, where you're actually building things, you're developing some algorithms yourself, building products for AI, it would take a learning curve for you to get into that space. Maybe 3-4 years from now, if you are dedicated enough, definitely that's a very, I foresee that as a natural curve. It's just like how we progressed into the software world when we were exposed to the software world. Like my first job was as a software developer in one of the industries. They did not tell me to just go and code and just go live in action and build the software which are actually being rolled out into the market. So I was first doing some bit of small codes for the testing. Then I was writing some small patches, maybe some functions which would help the main function. And then finally, when I could gain enough confidence that yes, I can contribute, then I started building my hands-on the real world product applications. So yeah, there would be a natural curve of progression. I would assume it like that.
Just to add on your question on the industry bit, organizations are not going to hire because you have done a BTech in AI. Organizations are going to hire you because you have done a computer science engineering, where AI is a minor. So right now, many institutes are offering AI full-time courses. Fundamentally, I and Rohan were also discussing, we don't believe on that concept, because you need computer engineering fundamentals and then AI is a minor thing. So you should have a good fundamentals in computer engineering first, and then AI is an add-on, as Rohan suggested, that data analytics you get into, and then you progress your career. So you should first build your fundamentals and then provide AI as an add.
I guess in the interest of time, we will only take one question. Okay. So thank you very much, and a very big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this wonderful insight on the fireside of AI education. Thank you very much, sir, for exploring this particular aspect. So, ladies and gentlemen, today as we stand at the road of two transformative technologies, that is artificial intelligence and 5G advancements, which are paving the way for the next frontier, that is 6G mobile communication. The next session by Dr. M.S. Kohli, Technological Advisor, think USA, and former Technical Director. He will dwell into how AI is shaping in the evolution of 5G and what is meant for the future of mobile communication. So, with great honor, I will request Sir, please come to the for his talk.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Such a wonderful atmosphere here, beautiful campus, and the auditorium is overwhelming. Thank you very much, Dr. Reddy, KTV, thank you very much. I would like to talk about something slightly different on AI driving the fifth generation communication system and beyond the fifth generation communication system. Of course, I need to mention that all the information that I'm going to share is because courtesy of all these organizations which I was associated with. Thank you. Yeah. First of all, I would like to mention wireless communication is an expression of freedom. I had a follow microphone so that I could go around anywhere instead of standing here. If I had to stand here and speak, I'm limited by this microphone here. If I had a common microphone, I could have gone anywhere, and so that is the traditional dimension of freedom. So wireless is an expression of, but fact that we are using mobile communication systems, we have moved from first generation to fifth generation. All of you are using mobile communication system, mobile handset. What we need to understand is that we have moved from first generation to fifth generation communication system, and right now we have started utilizing fifth generation communication system. I was listening to all the discussions which we had in defense, in healthcare, and Dr. Vishnu was mentioning about wearable devices in which you find out the healthcare, all the information about it. But how do you transfer that information to a central place, or you want to send it to some other place where someone can look at this data and then give you an advice on what can be done? That is possible only if you have a wire communication, or if you have stored it and then you like to send it to someone else on a pen drive. It's just not possible. So the only way we can do all these things is with the help of wireless communication system, and then you have the system of utilizing this. Either you are using, most of you are familiar with Bluetooth, you are familiar with Wi-Fi, and you are familiar with your mobile phones which are being used. So you need to understand how we have moved from first generation to fifth generation communication system. So we have moved from so we have moved here. The pointer here. Every 1 decade, we are moving from one generation to another generation. The first generation, fourth generation, fifth generation. Most of you will be using the fourth generation communication system of the mobile, which is called as 4G or LTE. When you see your mobile phone, you see a small LTE coming on the phone, and the number of bars that how many are there, and then what is the one that is known as the fourth generation communication system which we are seeing here. And we have moved into the fourth generation communication system. But why do you want to move from one generation to another communication, to fourth generation, third generation to fourth generation communication system? Is the simple thing is that you need high data rate. The high data rate is required for what? You want to download a Netflix movie in 10 minutes, or you want to do it in 2 minutes. You want to do it in 2 minutes, you need to go to fourth generation system, and then you want to immediately transfer that one, you need to move into the fifth generation communication system. So that is how the data rates are increasing, and you want to take a picture right now at 5 years back, 10 years back, if you would have taken a picture in your mobile phone, you would have taken a 2 megapixel camera which was there, and same picture if you take today at 16 megapixel camera, or if you take it at 32 or 64 megapixel camera, the same picture that you want to send it, upload on your social media in Facebook or some other thing, the amount of data that you want to transport utilizing the network is 16 times more than what the same picture which you have taken. And in the COVID time, when you had online education system was there, you needed a video communication system. So that is where you need high data rate. And then how do you make sure that the same kind of data rate? I'm not getting into details of how much bandwidth you need, what are the techniques which are adopted, and things like that. But that is the reason we have moved from fifth generation. Apart from people like me who are working in the communication area, we need to continue with our jobs and keep selling for more mobile phones, a new mobile phone. But in addition to that, you need this high data rate, and then how do you ensure that your high data rates are accomplished using this mobile communication system? That is how we are trying to do that. But we can see here that every 10 years, we have moved from one generation to next generation communication system, and then we are trying to explore the 3 dimensions in the fifth generation communication system is enhancing the mobile broadband. That's understandable that we need the high data rate, for your video communications, high resolution video communications. But the other two dimensions which have been added in the fifth generation communication system is passive machine-type communication system. Is that IoT applications which the other speakers were talking about for the IoT application that you want to connect your smart watch to the communication system, or you would like to have communication happening between one machine to another machine. This is known as the IoT or massive machine type application. But here we need to make sure that the number of devices connected is in millions of devices. If the number of devices increase, even if the data rate is small, that you want to send the temperature, moisture, whatever pressure and other things that you want to convey, the data rate may be very, very small. It could be 8-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit, 64-bit. Not a very high data, but millions of devices. So to ensure that this kind of large number of devices communicating to each other, and it could be from person to machine, machine to person, and eventually it is machine to machine. If that machine to machine communication which is happening at volume, a huge number of devices, everyone has a smartphone. Every device, the fan, the projector, the refrigerator, the heater, everything that is in the house that is getting connected to the network, then you have millions of devices communicating to each other. Then you need high massive machine to machine communication. And of course, there is an ultra reliable low latency communication system. That is where the other speaker was talking about remote surgery kind of application. If it is a remote surgery, driverless car, you have driverless cars that which you are talking about. For that kind of communication system, you need high reliability and also low latency. There is not any gap. In your internet application, you work on a best effort basis. That I send an SMS, it may reach you immediately, it may reach you after a certain time, but it doesn't matter. If your email reaches after 15 minutes, it doesn't matter. But in an industrial application or critical application, you cannot have that kind of low latency. It has to have low latency and it has to have high reliability. So those are the three dimensions in which we have done. And I think I'll skip this. These are the backbone. And if you are an engineer, you need to understand that I say that I need all these things. Low latency, high reliability, high bit rate. How do you achieve that? So these are the significant backbones which are driving this new radio, massive MIMO, millimeter wave, beamforming, all these networks that is needed. All those part of it and new radio, and we have moved into the next generation of fifth generation advanced communication systems. And then these are the points which we have already mentioned, and we are moving towards the 6G, which will be coming up in 2020-30. That is, in the 5 years, we will be moving into the sixth generation communication system, but the initial research was going on. But 6G will be again enhanced the data rates and various other things, sensing and other things. That this is the scenario of in the International Telecommunication Union. This has been designed that what will be the components of the sixth generation communication system. 6G, if someone says, I know exactly what is going to be 6G, they don't know anything about it because 6G has not been defined. The basic framework of 6G has been defined, and the one ubiquitous connectivity is a contribution from India. That so far we were followers of whatever someone else has been saying, but we have moved. Now we are saying what should be incorporated in this. 5G as standards which we did it, but in 6G we have already started doing actively participating in this one. So these are the new dimensions which have been added. So I'll skip those things, how framework of 6G dimensions is coming up. But the relevant topic in this conference is how artificial intelligence and machine learning is going to be incorporated in the telecommunication field, in the wireless communication system. In the wireless communication system, the advantage of artificial intelligence is that if you have the framework that you can adopt into it. But you cannot use a ChatGPT kind of an application in the telecommunication system. It will fail. It's purely on whatever data that we have available, and then if you take that data, if it is not reliable, it cannot work in a wireless communication system. If you want 99.999% accuracy of the system, then it is impossible to use that one. So you have to utilize on a definite basis of the credible information of data that is there, and then you have to adopt it. Then we could apply the same problem in artificial intelligence in wireless communication system. But any artificial intelligence system is that how do you introduce is that you can make it into a replacing an existing system, or you can add a new AI component to it, or you can control the legacy system and then you put it as a set of box that you can interact. None of them are the most efficient method. The best method is that it is going to be a native circuit which is integrated in the core design of the system itself. That is why if you want to adopt it in the 4G or to some extent in the fifth generation communication system, it's not the best and most efficient method. So that is going to be integrated in the sixth generation communication system where it is inherently built into the system itself. So these are some of the concepts I'm not going to. But wireless and artificial intelligence are complementary to each other. Each have its own strength, and then how we can do that. So what we did is the strength of and challenges that is coming in the wireless communication system. You have to exploit it and then use that. And then these are the things. If you take a communication system block diagram and then look at each signal intelligence, network intelligence, device intelligence, and vertical intelligence, all of these components, everywhere you can utilize the part of the artificial intelligence to optimize the system. I'll not get into details of these things, but these are some of the possibilities of new things that is happening. You must have heard of NVIDIA. Is the company which makes chips in the artificial intelligence. Now they have the market capitalization. They have already overtaken some of the best companies. Even the Apple they have overtaken already. But they were not into telecommunication area. They were making this artificial intelligence chips, but they found that the telecommunication, mobile communication system is it's such a big market. They thought that they should also enter into that market. So they have made an alliance, artificial intelligence and radioactive network alliance in NVIDIA, coming up with the Ericsson, Nokia, Samsung, and so on. They have come out that radio access network is now going to be utilized in NVIDIA chips. They would like people to start using NVIDIA chips. But the major problem associated with NVIDIA chips is the cost of the chip is so expensive. And the amount of power that consumed is so high that you need a cooling system to use that one. So if you want to use it in your base station, you can use that one. But if you want to use it in a handset, it becomes very, very complicated. So they are coming out with a new kind of chips that can be utilizing the artificial intelligence. I just brought it out just to understand the implications of artificial intelligence in mobile communications and the major players in this field, how they are taking interest in making sure that they also take a bigger pie in this big market. Couple of things I just want to mention and close my talk because I know the organizers we are running a little late. But artificial intelligence is important in the sense that you can use in any part of the communication network. But one is most important and very interesting area is in the AI interface part. In the AI interface part of it, you can see here, you have the native intelligence and then you can transmit the signal. When you transmit a signal, we can transmit it using the coding technology and the modulation technology and the various other aspects of whatever we are doing, most of the time, still the fifth generation communication system, it is something which was decided by the ITU and 3GPP standard. They say that we will use TDMA, time division multiple access. We will use code division multiple access. We will use orthogonal division multiple access. These are the many multiple access, the waveform, all these things which were decided by the central agency. And of course, you need this standard because if someone makes a phone, the phone is made by Nokia and the backbone network and the base station is done by Ericsson and then or someone else, then if they use different protocols, they will not talk to each other. You will have to buy the phone from Nokia, you will have to buy the base station from Nokia, and you will have to buy everything from Nokia if something has to work. If you want to have the flexibility of buying your mobile phone from Apple, and still it works with the Ericsson system or a TCS system or Xerox system, then you have to have this common standard. And that is the reason you need that common standard, and these bodies like CCTV decide that what is to be done. But it becomes so binding that you cannot do anything else at all. And is that the optimum way of doing it? And that is where the artificial intelligence comes into the picture. If artificial intelligence is not able to decide what is the best form and the most optimum form, because TDMA also is very good, TDMA is also very good, and OFDM is also very good, but for some specific reason we said this is slightly better than that one, we have chosen one particular protocol, or even the coding technology, and foundation schemes and things like that. Everything if we say that this is the best at that time, but can we not get the best of everything? There were limitations in the hardware, there were limitations in the software, but now with the advent of artificial intelligence, can I leave it to the system of the artificial machine to decide on a packet-to-packet basis that which is the best system to use at that time. Right now, of course, we are using it. It's not absolutely new. Artificial intelligence didn't fall from the sky just 2 years back. We have been doing this. The modulation scheme we are using, whether we use UPSC modulation or we use 64-column or 256-column modulation, it changes automatically right now in your mobile system. Depending upon how much is the signal strength, that means how much close you are to the base station and how much you are farther away if you are at the cell, automatically it drops to UPSC modulation, and if you come closer is 16.5. That is the reason the number of bars changes and your data rate increases. If you go far away, your data rate reduces. That is because of the system. This is the so similarly, can we not decide what kind of waveform we are using? What kind of modulation scheme, not just the modulation scheme, the access method itself what we are using. That is the native air interface. Air interface, native air interface using artificial intelligence and machine learning. And there are several in which we can do that. I have to quickly find out the system. So, and also we are going to challenge the concept of cellular communication. When we say we make it a cell, we assume that it's taken for granted that's the only method of doing. But is that the only method of doing? Why should we have cells? We can not have a non-cellular communication system, user-centric based communication system. So these are the various other techniques, and then we have the holographic radio, and then I cannot intelligence into telecom networks. There are hundreds of different possibilities. Lots of things are being done, but I have to caution you, and someone else was asking also a question about it. If you have the domain knowledge, one is that you need to have a domain knowledge, and then utilize this artificial intelligence, then you will be the most successful person compared to someone who doesn't know anything about the telecommunication system or the healthcare system or any of those systems, and say that I am from outside, I will apply my artificial intelligence to the system. It's not going to be effective at all. Either you have to collaborate with the people or you should have a domain knowledge in that particular area and then get your knowledge about the artificial intelligence and then you can do that one. So that is how you can do. There are several other things we can do in artificial intelligence using the system. I will not get into details of how we can do joint communications and 6G communication system. This is one or two slides I'll just go and close with. We are moving into millimeter waves. Millimeter waves, everyone said that this is the best solution and we will have larger bandwidth, high data rate, but it has severe limitations that the range is very limited. If there is some spatial obstruction, the communication gets lost. So you have to have several beams so that you establish the best communication system. But how do you choose which is the best beam? If you want to reduce the latency but also choose the best beam, then the only answer is that you have the machine learning technique, and using the machine learning technique, you adopt the best beam. You choose the best beam instead of choosing all the possible combinations where latency goes into insertion, and then we can do several things. And if all these things on mobile edge computing and other things, then we can do lots of improvement on device itself and digital network management and things like that. I think I'll speak to all these things and then close at this particular point saying that in mobile communication system, there is an ample scope, but it did not work. Artificial intelligence has its own limitations. It does, you should remember that it hallucinates. This hallucination is an inbuilt malady of the artificial intelligence. So such kind of specific application which is deterministic, you cannot use kind of arbitrary solutions that come into that one. So you have to use it with caution, but definitely you can do a lot of improvement, and that's going to be improving it. And wireless communication itself can be used for enhancing the artificial intelligence. So it is both way traffic that artificial intelligence and wireless communication. Using artificial intelligence, you can improve artificial intelligence in wireless, and wireless will enhance the artificial intelligence, because if you have to access huge amount of data, how do you use that without wireless communication? So this is a two-way traffic. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you very much. I wanted to mention simply that awareness being associated with several conferences, the problems with the organizers in time management. So I understand that, so I would like to close with it. Thank you.
Kind of you, sir. And thank you very much for an engaging and insightful session. So the next exciting session is by Dr. Roy from the Department of Electronics and Electrical Engineering, Center of Nanotechnology. He is a professor, School of Health Sciences and Technology, IIT Guwahati. He's going to talk on semiconductors and artificial intelligence. With due respect, sir, please welcome to the stage.
Thank you. I want to thank the organizers and especially Professor Reddy, who is a friend, a long-time friend. Majority of the audience are students, so you are getting the different aspects: healthcare, military, communication. So I am bringing a different flavor, that is semiconductors. So yeah, I promise that I will finish in time so that we will have time for questions. And my topic is mainly about in order to run this AI or engines and all applications, you need hardware as well. And the more specialized hardware you develop, the faster it could be. So I want to mostly focus my talk on that direction. Yeah. So applications, all of us are aware, and this will affect semiconductor industry in a very big way. In the sense, we need to handle massive amount of data. So now, how fast we can process the data will be the key element. So accordingly, we need to develop the architecture for that. Architecture in the sense, the hardware should be such a way that we should be able to handle huge amount of data. That is, so people think about processor in memory kind of an application. Earlier, the processor we designed then the memory, but now you need a lot of memory, so that is one angle. Then the neural networks dimension, something like our human brain works, that is the new thing people bring in terms of architecture. Yeah. So, previous doctor talked about how the semiconductor industry is something big in scope. Like there is computer, there is semiconductor, there is internet, there is wireless connectivity, there is smartphones. Things are so all these things are international political conference. That is the best conference. The chip manufacturers, so those software companies, students present their data. If you look at many years of data, one thing you can observe is we can make chips faster than 10 gigabytes. So that is possible. But the problem is the power levels are beyond 100. The power levels are very high, something like 100 watts. So that 100 watt power we want to limit it to that, so that is why people are not going on. So that is why the idea about multi-core and related aspects came. Another aspect to this is the neuromorphic computing. See, any system which interacts with external world cannot be 100% parallel. I mean, there is some serial input you need to keep giving. So this thought was, why don't we work like human brain works? So that was the basic idea in the neuromorphic computing. As an application, I just want to say that this is 2020, 4 years back, at IEEE, again at IEEE. This is the Google keynote address. That is the first time it was demonstrated that with this neuromorphic and related the object recognition. Do you remember? I mean, your friends now you will be making your friends maybe after 25 years. But still some features you will remember, you will be able to recognize them. And human recognition, there is a level threshold. I mean, beyond that you cannot recognize. But this concepts, they proved that they are able to AML concepts prove that you are able to detect objects much better. The basic reason is the underlying architecture. Yeah. So this moves slow, you know, I mean, the devices are becoming smaller and smaller. Everybody knows that. So why it is coming? Why it is keep on sustaining? You are building a lot more expensive tabs. Right now we are not increasing even the frequency. Why is it required? So this captures basically the idea. The basic number of transistors are reducing. Obviously, the cost is also increasing. But if you look at the cost per transistor, so that is coming down. There lies the profit. So that is why companies are motivated. This is the real motivation for that. For example, now if I buy a i7 processor, I may be giving around 7,000 rupees or 5,000 rupees. A bigger transistor. So if you look at 1,000 transistors, we are paying something like some paisa. So that is why this law, I mean, this law will continue, and that is really quite a useful thing. So this is a start. All the IC design people, VLSI people are aware of. There is a source here, IRBS. If you have IEEE subscription, you will get this, and they give a projection what happens in another 50 years. What will be the kind of a product? What will be the kind of an architecture? What will be the device? What will be the speed? And all these details are available. This is a good source for students and faculty to explore and plan accordingly. Yeah. So the devices will continue to aggressively scale. So this is just one recent IEDM. IEDM is another conference. Device people present the best of the work from all over the world. IEDM 2023 paper. So Micron is the first to deliver the 3D flat chips with the 232 layer NAND. So as I told you, memory is so important. The logic is only at the bottom. Multiple layers of memory is organized from Micron. And already people started thinking in a three-dimensional way. And they started, now they are thinking about delivering the power from the backside of the vehicle. So that kind of architectures are, this is a paper from, this is published in yeah. Another aspect is, you know, we were making N-type transistor and B-type transistor, and we will increase the B-type transistor slightly more, so that the mobility difference, the speed difference could be compensated. But right now, we are able to make both in a vertical way, in a three-dimensional way, so that which will give you much more speed. This is a very recent work and development. So, like this, if I tell you the two-dimensional transistor, one layer material, they are also very promising. There are a lot of work happening in that. We know that all of you know, and in future, all the processing will be on the edge. At least 70 to 90% of the processing will be done. People are trying different ways. So I just want to skip these things due to lack of time. For example, if we are able to have the resistive memory crossbar kind of an application, the multiplication required any CPU, any processing, any algorithm you write, a lot of multiplication will be there. But if you are able to make a hardware in a very simple way, generally multiplication hardwares are very costly. But with this kind of a concept, you give the current, you measure the voltage, you basically function the multiplication very quick way, very fast way. These are some of the good developments in this area. This resistive memory, I mean, it is a very important logic and resistive memory together. There are a lot of work happening. This is a recent work from China. They demonstrated this work, which has great potential. So now, maybe the next GPU is MI300. That is a 3D super chip, three-dimensional chip. And it is supposed to expect slightly better than NVIDIA's Copper ratio, which is their latest one. So they do this 3D integration. Earlier, you know, people were making transistor in a plane, planar process. But now people are thinking about making transistors vertically also upward. So a lot of, the devices are together. So communication is faster. So that is the basic idea. So now, you know, economic profitability of semiconductors are proven. Earlier in 2000 time frame, they were in 15th position. Now they are in 3rd position. People expect that they continue to improve. This is a data from McKinsey. And if you look at who generated the greatest value, the memory and other semiconductors are performing much better. Others also. Which region generated, it is not very specific to any region. Some regions have better, for example, but this is distributed throughout the world. All regions are contributed to the semiconductor industry. And the share of
getting good returns, is also proven. I mean, all the people are happy. We don't see any negative thing here. There is another issue. The winners take it all kind of a principle. For example, ASML is a Dutch company. They make lithography machines. Each machine worth more than $100 billion. And all the foundries are in already they are in queue. They are not able to supply the machines to the foundry. So similarly, the Samsung leads the memory market, and NVIDIA dominates the graphic cards. And the chemicals are from Japan and South Korea and supplies the vectors. So it is the kind of only one problem is this is you have one leader, they invested quite a lot, they put a lot of R&D, they are able to do better. That is the idea. And but at the same time, at the same time, it is also important. No region has end-to-end capability, so we need to depend on multiple people. So in such a context, what is the area growth? As I mentioned, chip costs are becoming much higher. So unless you bring some proper AI dimension and all, I mean, this is the AI use cases across industries, and I can keep this slide. If you look at there are high expectations from the big companies like Intel, NVIDIA, Qualcomm, Chinese, and all. The next slide is more important, but there are also other players. Other players are also there in the race, and I mean, if you look at the venture capital funds available to multiple startup groups, I mean, they are also quite few. The level of interest and things like that. So probably I have 5 minutes left, so I want to stop here. So multiple ways you can apply it, and AI is expected to reduce the manufacturing cost, but I would say the largest impact would be right now the R&D investments are less, but the largest impact will be on R&D. Rethinking the way the fundamental hardware works, that kind of a thought process will bring a much more gain. That's what I think. Maybe I will stop here. So my message to you is this: one of my senior professors, when we talked to him many years back, we asked him what will be the future of AI, ML, and all. So he is a computer science professor. He told us, see, when 40 years back when computers came, people thought that computers are for computer scientists, computer science people. But actually, it is not true. Today, more than computer science processes or students or applications, more than that biology and other things, they use the computers mostly. So same is true with AI. Right now, there is an association of AI with computer science and electronics aspect. But in future, we will see that this will be everybody will be using it, and everybody requires this. Any kind of data analytics or any kind of other training, and this is required, it will be required. So with this, so that but my message is that you be good in your own respective area, and slowly more and more these aspects will be integrated into your research and your fundamentals and your work. So that is the kind of big picture. So with this, I will stop. I can take questions if you have any.
If anyone has any questions to ask, I is ready to answer from the audience. If you have got any questions to ask with respect to this, please go ahead. very much, sir. A big round of applause for sir. Thank you very much, sir, for explaining the dynamic interface between industry, these two fields, that is semiconductor and how AI is being enabled and how AI is driving innovation in semiconductor design and manufacturing. This technology is shaping the future of computing from edge AI devices to high performance data centers and unlocking opportunities. Once again, thank you all. With this, we come to the end of the first session, that is the keynote speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, these speeches, we are going to shortly begin with the official inauguration. Once again. So we will begin with a welcome dance. The concept of platforms where innovation meets collaboration and where the brightest minds in engineering, technology, and science come together to shape the future. So with the blessings of Sri Dattaji Mege, Honorable Chancellor of the University, and Sri Sagarji Mege, Principal Advisor, let us begin the ceremony with the inaugural dance on Ganesh Vandana by our secondary student, Sri Devi. A big round of applause, please. Big round of applause to go for this lecture. As we gather here to inaugurate this official event, it is not fitting that we begin with a traditional that symbolizes the display of ignorance and the knowledge, and the wisdom, the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. So this act signifies enlightenment, purity, and illumination of our minds as we embark on this journey of learning and innovation. For the light language ceremony, I request Professor Dr. K.C. Reddy to accompany all the dignitaries on the dais. I request our chief guest for today's inauguration, Dr. Professor Emrit, IIT, and Soya University, Mumbai, former director IIT Delhi, former VP, SPPC, Pune, and then Yes, honor Dr. V. Wardha, Guest of honor Dr. P. Satyanarayan, Scientific Officer, CIFR, former IEEE Chairman, Wardha. Guest of honor, Joint Secretary, V. Commander Air Force, Dr. M. Story, Technology Advisor, State USA, and former Secretary Director. All the dignitaries from the university, please join 50 members, please come to stage, please join me. So the please stand up for the video. Very much 50%. Please, someone that has to So thank you very much for your presence and creating this great occasion. We are privileged to have distinguished personalities among us who have significantly contributed to their respective fields and continue to inspire countless Indian learners. I take this moment to formally welcome the dignitaries to DMIHER. This prestigious event, second DMIHER International Conference on Artificial Intelligence in Healthcare, Education and Industry, IDICAIHEI-2024, is hosted by the Faculty of Engineering and Technology under the umbrella of the Institute of Higher Education and Research, Savanna. DMIHER is ranked 42nd in NIRF 2024 by the Ministry of Education, Government of India, in an accredited with a rank for the fourth consecutive cycle in the highest grade of 8 lakh in 2023, and is also bracketed as Category 1 university by the Government of India. The university is ranked as the third in the university ranking and 15th university globally according to the Time Impact Ranking 2025. DMIHER is a distinguished university renowned for fostering innovation and multidisciplinary research with an unwavering commitment to societal progress. DMIHER always champions initiatives that address real-world challenges. DMIHER, located in Wardha, the land of Mahatma Gandhi, Sevagram Wardha. And let us begin today with the Mahatma's legendary quote. Live as if you were to die tomorrow and learn as if you were to live forever. This reflects Gandhi's thoughts on the continuous pursuit of knowledge and self-improvement, which are essential for the spirit of research. As we gather at the intersection of three transformative domains in this conference, that is healthcare, education, and industry, unified on the boundless potentials of artificial intelligence. So over the next 2 days, we will explore cutting-edge innovations, engage in thought-provoking discussions, and build bridge of collaboration that will shape the future of AI applications worldwide. So welcome to this particular episode of DMIHER. Let us begin with a floral welcome. As an expression of our affection and reverence, I would like to present the dignitary with memento. So may I request Dr. Kalibhushan Wagmare, our VC, to felicitate Dr. Raghunath K. Srirakar, Professor Emeritus, IIT Bombay, and Rohit Somaya. Please, sir. Dr. Srirakar, sir. Big round of applause. This is a big because these are high targets. I request Dr. Gaurav Mishra sir, Vice Chancellor here and class, to take Dr. Vicky Burman, founder and CEO, SMI Hanuman AI Bangalore. So he's a doctor as well as an engineer, has come all the way from Bangalore to enlighten us. Thank you very much, sir. I request the colleague, Pratik, to present the stage. Thank you very much, sir. I request Dr. Pratik, the head of R&D, to present Dr. M.S. Kohli, Technology Advisor, State USA, and former Technical Director, Alakar Research Technology, Bangalore. Thank you. May I request Dr. Kriti Valmari ma'am, Executive Director, IEEE, to please felicitate. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Kriti Valmari ma'am, Executive Director, IEEE, to felicitate Dr. G. Satyanarayan, Scientific Officer, Satyanarayan, sir. Satyanarayan, Scientific Officer, CIR Mumbai, former IEEE Chairperson, Mumbai Section. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. May I request that I need Dr. P. Reddy, sir. Dr. P. Reddy, sir, is Executive Professor Law, Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, University Center of High Technology. Sir. May I again request Dr. Gaurav Mishra, sir, Vice Chancellor, To celebrate Mr. Rohan Kandar, Wing Commander, Indian Air Force, which was for the high. Mr. As Joseph, I request my colleague, Mr. Palazzo Chettiwal, to take the discipline Chandral, who is the moderator of a very wonderful chat, fireside chat session with us. That's my colleague, Mr. Chetan, who is head of the CSA department. Dr. Naresh Devani, IT Manager, Department of Treasury, Washington, DC.
Carry 2 years. I want to carry. What's your suggestion?
I request Dr. Swati Mulyawan to take the text Chiranjeevi said so. Very much, sir. Now I request all the three families to come and felicitate the officers to their community. So I request Dr. KTV Register to felicitate Dr. Lalita Bhushan Almare, Vice Chancellor. I request Dr. KTV Register to felicitate IDC, Dr. Lalita Bhushan Almare. At the same time, I will request Dr. Rajesh sir, Dr. Varam Mehta, who Vice Chancellor of IEEE. Next, I will request Dr. Almare, to give the Dr. Sharma, to take you to activity or now. It's very right here. Okay, I
Next level, everybody looking. Everybody is looking.
thank you very much. Next, I would like to request the Professor Dr. K.T. Reddy, the guiding star of this conference and the organizing chair, to give the guidance.
Namaste. That is what we started in the university to create any time, not only in the morning. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all for this second DMIHER International Conference on Healthcare, Education and Industry 4.0. Last year, same time, 27-28, we organized first conference, technically supported by IEEE in Bombay sector and IEEE in New Delhi. So this time also, they supported again technically. Maybe next time we will ask for financially as well. Okay. And last time, the number of papers what we received was around 500. After scrutiny, around 110 papers we selected. Finally, around 80 papers are presented and published within 1 month, which is the record of the world. Not only the America. So I am very happy to inform that my mentor, philosopher, guide, supervisor is the good speaker. He also worked being in eminent assessment professor emeritus, otherwise he was the head and professor in academic, all types of posts he done. Recently he held the post of IIT Delhi director. Later on he was the vice chancellor for Bennett University and he was sometimes for the vice chancellor in Pune University as well. So I am so happy, sir, to welcome to our campus. And we had our chief advisor by because of some emergency is not able to come to be decided. But our vice chancellor, Dr. Resmus Partner, will be presiding in this particular inaugural session. Dr. Vishnuvartan and Dr. M.S. Kori, Dr. P.P. Roy, Dr. Satyanarayana, Dr. Rohat Sundar, P.S. Agarwal, and there are so many guests who are in the audience. Ajay and there are many people here, they are in the online, they are not able to come because we have 48 sessions. Out of that, only few of them are here for physical mode and online mode also they will be attending directly from not only within Maharashtra or India, even abroad as well. So, another thought, that is what I was looking for. And our own colleagues, many of them are the visitors, including all the employees. Thanks for them to accepting our invitation. At this time, there are 1,047 papers we received, and there are more than
600 reviewers, blind review, peer reviewers, and finally they recommended around 333 papers. Finally, 240 papers are registered and presented to this conference next year. So already, Dr. Ustad introduced about our university, we are not going to talk. Then the engineering college is started not like a regular engineering college to focus on especially clinical engineering or techno health, healthcare related. Hence, our students who are doing computer science, like all keynote speakers are mentioned, fundamentals is very important for you. You can go to your domain and develop a lot of applications without fundamentals that can work. So, being a computer science as a fundamental, then they are going to work not only IT field but also especially in healthcare field as well. So there are a lot of projects they started by our students. To name few of them, we have model real-time prediction of possible diseases based on present doctor conversation. This is one of the projects what we applied for the DSC grant as well. Then wearable smart for heart attack detection. Then easily insight predictive model and analysis using machine learning. Then early detection, asthma spectrum disorder using the machine learning. Design and development of a nail-based device for detection of cancer disease using image processing. Like that, there are so many projects right from first year. We have project-based learning, mini project and main project and internship. Wherever they go, they are doing all healthcare related projects because a lot of data is available with us. This conference is divided into mainly three tracks. As it studies that AI in healthcare is the first, AI in education is the second, AI in industry is the third category. And we are having all type of representatives from the healthcare industry as well as the education. So as I mentioned, the final number of papers presented is for healthcare is 92 papers and industry is 98 papers and for education is 50 papers. That is what comes out on 240 papers. So we divided the various subtracts during the session. At a time, each track, there are 2 offline and 2 online is going on. There are given time, lessons parallelly going on. Whatever the proceedings happening, majority of them are YouTube as well as it is in the Google Meet and Zoom Meet as well. Those who are listening, attending online, so you can receive the package ID where the links are given to all of you. After session, we request all of you to join in that. So this conference, as you can see, the collaboration of industry, educational institutions, top institutions like IIT, then the especially healthcare. Dr. Vishwardhan, all the way from Bangalore. I think many of our I requested even our VP also, just listen to this talk also. It is in YouTube. It is so beautiful. That's why even our university also there our doctors are like engineers. And we like engineers like a doctor. That is the way how it is going on in the university. And we will continue that. Where we may invite Vishwardhan sir, your support also for some of the collaborative projects. So the journey of equation of library curiosity and dedication and willingness for explore unheard territories of knowledge. I am confident that this conference will be catalyzed of new breakthroughs, pave the way for the advancement that will shape the future of each way what you are going to listen in the next 2 days. So I extend again my heartfelt gratitude to my university advisors, international advisors, sponsors, then session chairs, volunteers, especially my team of PhD for dedicated effort and making this conference a grand success. try to be part of this expressive gathering. I wish you all fruitful and inspiring and technically rich concerts ahead. I am sure every one of you go with sweet memories and happy to do our global that one is learn and lead. That is going to be done by all of you in your area of your research, wherever you are. We welcome again for third Internet Conference, which is already approved by IEEE. It is on 28th and 29th of November 2025. So you see, you are going to be a major contributor in the research work. Thank you very much.
Very much, sir. Now I request our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Gaurav Bhushna, please address the gathering. Young and dynamic Dr. Gaurav Bhushna, sir.
Very good morning to all the esteemed dignitaries and graduate stalwarts in the field of engineering and artificial intelligence present on the stage, off the stage, dear students, bright future of the country tomorrow. I am indeed honored to have you invited and being asked to address all of you here. I'll keep my address very short and to the point. See, recently there has been a lot of talk about and a lot of research and a lot of advent of artificial intelligence in the various fields. And as this conference says, that there are three tracks. There is healthcare, there is education, there is industry. So this is just a small chunk of what artificial intelligence has proved to be a valid part and provide valuable assistance in it, valuable guidance in it. Very important it is to understand that whatever you feed to this artificial intelligence, it will give the same amount of or even better kind of improved kind of feedback to you. So you must understand that you must use it as a supplement and not as a wholesale copying kind of thing, right? Secondly, recently I was reading about artificial intelligence. There was some chat GPT expert researcher who was saying that chat GPT not 3.5 or 4.5 but chat GPT 4.0 or 4.4 has reached the level of intelligence quotient of 155. And it is said that Albert Einstein, Sir Albert Einstein had the IQ of 160. And he, at the end of his speech, he said that he was barely scratching the surface, right? So please understand the whole amplitude and magnitude of what artificial intelligence is truly capable of. And please understand that you are the backbone. Ultimately, it is intelligence is artificial. It is man-made. It is made by all of us. So it is important for us to understand the man-made nature of it, and the man-made nature of it needs to be very capable, very able, and very well understood and well contemplated in order to get very well formulated output from that, right? So just to conclude, I wish all of you all the very best to have the most out of this conference, to have the most out of these three tracks. Whichever interests you the most, you are very well invited to attend the posters, attend the whole conference. And I was very humbled and glad to attend today's morning session. I missed a few. I apologize for that, for being slightly late. But I was blessed to have listened to those sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And as we know, this conference is multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary. So I have contributed in this conference also. We have got two papers, one in the healthcare and one in the education track. With this, I need to guest of honor, Dr. B. Satyanarayan, Scientific Officer, to address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. As the earlier speaker mentioned, it's quite overwhelming to come back to Wardha, equally overwhelming to speak from this fantastic auditorium. And what a vibrant atmosphere. Huge set of, you all heard about fantastic set of the keynote addresses that we had, specializing in absolutely top-ranking by our top speakers, and we have a lot of learning to take back. But first thing first, Reddy must be absolutely sort of great. I don't know, I have no words to kind of tell you. Look at this
that the kind of progress that happened from the first edition of the conference last year to now, and you announced already the third edition is approved, and you announced the dates of such conferences. That really shows what kind of professionalism that has gone into organization. So thanks, and also compliments to him and set of people. I must take another great honor coming from an ICT community. The ICT is really very proud to be technical sponsor of this fantastic conference, the flagship conference of this organization. And what is also important is to see the set of papers, set of high quality papers in that area have been doing great from the first edition to the third. The third edition is going to surpass all these and go beyond because with the number of good quality papers that we are kind of talking about. During the great talk, this is the high chat that we had. Something that came to my mind is to kind of, I'm not sure, the conference seems to have been kind of device, so maybe we keep that to how this has been had. Equally important fact as far as the area is concerned, equal to, let us say, health and so on, is agriculture. I think considering our country's economy, our country's population, country's everything, I think we are still lacking in terms of the methods, the implements, and all procedures, all the information, lack of information that I have for the agriculture sector. And the IEEE has obviously has a extremely high potential for contributing to this. So AI in agriculture could be a great part to be included in a later versions of this conference. That is just my kind of suggestion. So as I mentioned, all the speakers almost have stressed the importance of how important is the basic knowledge of the fundamental, for all these subjects. It doesn't matter where you go, where you grow, but I think the things that you learn in the classroom. Somebody also talked about why more, whether or not AI is going to kind of replace the physical teacher. I think the environment that we share, sticking along with our host friends in the classroom is something which you cannot kind of get from talking to a computer screen. When we learn together. When even a student answers, let us say, question wrongly, and when the teacher goes and litigates and goes around the class and gets the right answer, the answer that wrongly, the student who told the wrong answer, as well as the student who told the right answer, and everybody suffers because this learning is done by deliberation, this learning is done by discussion. This real physical presence makes the learning very vibrant. And I'm sure I can't predict what is going to happen 100 years from now, but decades to come, the classroom learning is the only first-time learning that we all can have. Later, of course, we go ahead and learn lots of things by other means, but the first remains always, the basics always remains what we learn directly from a teacher, right? And that's why it is very valuable. That's why we are honest today. All these teachers, no matter how old they are, how old the student is going to, right? I come from a domain which is somewhat different from some of the very renowned people here on stage. I come from an institute which does basic research. It does basic research in science and computer science, mainly physics, chemistry, biology. But what we take pride, is that often one finds that it is the science which is quite often the creative of what transpires, what inspires. Sometimes it takes 100 years to convert science into technology, or maybe 10 years to maybe 1 year. But when we see all these developments that happen, whether it is big data, whether it is pattern recognition, whether it is sensor development, whether it is all those fields that we talk about, medical imaging, medical treatment, therapy, etc. Many of them have very sound, basic, fundamental, which are kind of perfected by science community in some way, and then that gets in some way come into technologies, and both together ultimately the ultimate beneficiary is an IEEE conference is advancing technology in humanity. So it doesn't matter which way it goes. Sometimes science helps
for technology and subject technology catalyzes new science to come in. And we feel very proud that as one community that we are able to kind of, catalyze these developments that are going to happen. I end by just one example why this great interrelationship that happens between science, technology, etc., is something for everyone to see. If you remember, just a few weeks back, Nobel Prizes were announced, and there was the most surprising award given in terms of the theme of this conference, which is for AI, right? And the award, the Nobel Prize for AI, for its, of course, founders, has been given under the category of physics, because there's no Nobel Prize in computer science. There's no Nobel Prize in mathematics, right? Now, everybody kind of started wondering, some of them criticized, how can a technology like AI can get a Nobel Prize for fundamental physics, like, fundamental science like physics? The reason is that, physics is a kind of a topic that you work on, but the way you work physics is actually through AI. And for some of you who are not aware, AI was responsible for several Nobel Prizes in the past. This is not the first time. But for a change, AI itself got a Nobel Prize which was due for a long time. So this really tells the world between science, technology, software, AI, whatever you talk about, there is one ultimate truth, and that is what the benefit of that we are all enjoying. I wish all of you a great conference, especially the earlier participants. You take back lots of learnings from all the earlier speakers have been talking about. Also, more importantly, is to hear from your peers and see what they are up to, and that is a fantastic opportunity for all of you to carry. Thank you very much once again for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. And especially your time goes to sir, because he has been associated with us right from first conference, rather he has been hand-holding us, right? Then the idea of this conference was conceived. Thank you very much, sir. Due to some prior commitments, we see sir actively, and because of that, I'm breaking the note and I'm asking for his presidential address. So I request, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, please give that to.
Thank you, Krishna ma'am. In fact, I am very unfortunate that I have to leave because as a Vice Chancellor, you become Vada Babu and you have to have many administrative commitments. That is why the basic core academics and research takes a back seat most of the time. Respected Dad, Chief Guest for today's inaugural function, Dr. Satyanarayan sir. We have been blessed by your guidance for the last couple of years directly and so many years indirectly, sir. Honorable Dr. Shetov sir, Dr. Vishnu Vinod, Field Commander Dr. Rohan Chandler, Mr. Rohan Chandler, Dr. Roy, Dr. Puri, and all others, Mr. Shivani sir, all others who are present on the dais and off the dais. I, on behalf of the university, welcome you all for this second chapter of IEEE conference in Wardha. As sir has rightly said, this is going to be an annual event which we plan every year under the chairmanship of Dr. K.T.V. Reddy sir, who is a fantastic host. I'm sure he will take care of all of you for this particular event. I have just two quick submissions to make in front of everybody here, sir. The first is for Dr. Satyanarayan sir, who has rightly pointed out into issues. As first he mentioned about Nobel Prize in Physics. So similarly, sir, for medical profession, the Nobel Prize is in Department of Physiology, not in medicine, surgery, or any other department. So ultimately, the fundamental research remains the cornerstone of any discovery, and that is why I strongly believe that this tradition should continue. And whether it is AI, whether it is whatever is value addition, the fundamentals and basic core remains the constant, and that is why we all are so grateful for institutes like DIFR that brings us back to basics and teaches us what is fundamental, what is fundamentally we have to build ourselves. Second point, sir, as we mentioned, that agriculture should be included in this set of event. So just to brief the audience that the university has recently
ventured into starting up of agriculture college as well, because it makes us address health in totality. The concept of one health starts from medical, goes to engineering, goes to agriculture, goes to veterinary, goes to pharmacy, and it completes the circle. So we are in the process. Maybe next year when we come, this college will have faculty of, this university will have a faculty of agriculture sciences also. And I would request her to focus on agriculture because the agrarian crisis is moving the region per se. And if we are not addressing the problems of our region, then scientific community has no value. We have to address the problems which are small. But for a small concave lens, I would not have become a doctor because I have a strong myopia. Eyesight is -6. So if I had not got a concave lens in front of my eyes, I would have never become a doctor. So these are the small basic problems which our community needs to understand and give solutions to those problems. And that is why the events like IEEE, for the students, I would just like to add one thing. I was going through some news on the websites, and I just came out with this one person who had passed engineering from a small college in Gundi, Tamil Nadu. And his father wanted him to he wanted to be a doctor, but during that time, electrical engineering, electronic engineering was the topmost choice. And his uncle being an electronic engineer, he forced him to become an engineer. So he did his BE from a small place like Wardha. Gundi is a very small place in Tamil Nadu. From there he became DE, went to UCLA, did his master, and currently he is working as a professor in the University of South California and working on technologies of process signaling, which will help children with deaf and dumb, who are deaf and dumb, to understand learning of languages. So this is how we are, as the conference team is there, the name of the person is Srikanth Satyanarayan, you can Google him. And during his interview also, he has mentioned that what changed his life was one IEEE conference. So let that moment be here for you, that this IEEE conference moves you in the right direction and you take a step towards solving a problem. It moves the world. You can't have, for a small undergraduate or postgraduate student, it is very necessary to understand what are the problems there. And if this conference helps you in understanding what are the problems statement, I'm sure solutions you all can work out. You all are very intelligent lot. This generation itself is very intelligent. But we have to focus on what is the problem. If we define the problem properly, then solutions will automatically fall and the world will become, if you can contribute to make a world a little better place to live in, that will suffice the purpose of organizing such scientific events as IEEE. I wish the organizers all the best for this event. I am sure there are stalwarts in the field of all the three tracks who are going to address the gathering. No, this is not something which you will miss upon. You can miss my lecture, you can miss getting Reddy's lecture, but because we will come again and visit you and give you the lecture. These people will come once in a lifetime for you. So I request all of you to listen to their discourse very, very, very carefully, because if you have to change the world, you have to listen to the people, right people. And these are the right people. I thank everybody for visiting us. Thank everyone for being part of this small initiative which we are trying to build. I would request sir to focus with them on what are the areas or what are the problem statements we are working, wherever collaboration, wherever synergy is possible. Now the world has been disrupted by AI, so there are no disciplinary boundaries. So AI will help you in developing interdisciplinary things, which is medical engineering or techno health, which is our dream, for which we have started this particular engineering school.
I wish the organizers again all the best. If there are any shortcomings, they belong to me, sir. If there are any good things, they belong to KTV Reddy, sir. And they are so I request all of you to be attentive, listen to whatever knowledge you can gather from these 2 days. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity. I declare this conference open. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your thought-provoking speech. Next, we have
Not a very different field of work, but what I'm very interested in the kind of numbers which Dr. KTV was quoting on the number of papers which were presented. So we would really want to look into those papers. I'm sure that today the conference lot of papers will be kind of, and the top papers, we really want them to work with Hanuman or with the any project they are interested in, whether they want to do something to further take their papers up and write papers, or do a project in really building the technology. I would warmly welcome. And not just the people who have presented the papers, any student who is very interested in doing that. We do a lot of publishing. So last month itself, we have published a paper in Nature. I want all the medical students and both engineering students to read that, because it's one of the final paper of how we have got in healthcare, AI, and everything together. It's called Genome Scale Model in Metabolic Genomics. It's a very interesting paper. We are building large language models for that, because this is a healthcare less integrated institution. That's the kind of application that works. I want everyone to read that paper. It's available on the free download on Nature. Again, we are publishing another paper this month. So, please tell all the paper publishers or researchers, and even any student in your university, if they are really interested to work with Hanuman Narayana, we will gladly be welcoming them. And even you can build your own applications on Hanuman platform. So we would want to give that to this institution, that we give a platform on which you can build a lot of AI-based applications. You don't need to know coding, or you don't need to write code. You can just do it for whatever the work you are doing. So we would want to even do a workshop and then teach how to do it. It's very simple. You can conduct something online. So I want next year a lot of the people who have come here to be able to showcase their work in the next conference. Thanks for calling. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now it is time to release the souvenir protein virus. As this is a prestigious IEEE conference, it is a privilege to release the souvenir annual conference protein, which captures the essence of the event. So it is authenticity and souvenir is a reflection of the conference theme, milestones and contributions, while proceeding, document cutting edge results and ideas which distinguish the gathering. We are honored to have distinguished dignitaries with us for this important moment. I request all the dignitaries to please reveal the program and allow them to remain. Thank you very much. Along with the souvenir, we also have got a book which is of Dr. P.T. Reddy to begin with. The book is on software computing and signal processing standard. Written by Dr. P.T. Reddy. So big round of applause for this. But before this particular module, before also, thank you very much. It was already. Next in the line, we have got our next speaker from the rest of honor. That is basically also really that opinion and putting in. I request that we get to please.
Oh, it's a.
So I request you to please start. And this round of applause. So this will be totally for the conference.
Next year, it is going to be icon because
So big round of applause should go also for our technical team for doing such a wonderful working in our lives. So in the closing event, we get about all the cameras and copies that have for this conference. It will also be given to all the authors who are there. Thank you very much. So next I would request the next guest of honor, Chief Commander Ronald Stafford to please address the gathering.
How's it going? How's it going? Thank you, Dutta again, Institute for calling me deliver whatever insights I had for the AI. And like your Vice Chancellor said, I'm really looking forward to having those bigger moments in this particular IEEE conference, wherein there are some innovators amongst you. We just got a glimpse of the papers that you submitted, and I would really personally like to see all those people who have contributed to the papers actually convert them into concepts and products. So all these papers really take out the curiosity and innovation that you guys can actually bring towards the AI field, and particularly towards the medical and AI stuff together. Please realize all these concepts and let us have a very bright future. Hope to see many more innovators amongst you, many more startups coming up from this particular concept, particular IEEE conference. And all the best to all of you. If you have any queries or with respect to the work that I've done or maybe or the different sectors, if you have any queries, we can always interact afterwards. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. And next I would request Dr. M.H. Puri to please address the gathering.
Thank you very much. Yes, I have already given a big talk, so Just a couple of points. The first thing impressed is the meticulous planning that has been done. It is fabulous. Like Olympics is announced, the next Olympics, the next conference has been meticulously planned. Congratulations. Excellent work. I also glanced through some of the papers, at least the abstract. Remarkable conference. I would like to congratulate Dr. Menge, Dr. Reddy, IEEE for supporting this. I also wear the hat of both IEEE and also IETE. So since I represent also IETE, so on behalf of IETE also would like to congratulate the organizers. Of course, the past president is Dr. Reddy himself from the IETE, but still right now since I'm in the governing council of IETE, I would like to congratulate Dr. Thackeray is also there here. Just as someone others mentioned, remarkable aspect of it is that here you have the engineering institute, medical institute, and various other things. What you have to understand is the data is the new oil, as everyone calls it. Data is wealth. So you have vast amount of data here available. So with all the institutions and the work which is going on, just explore the possibility of how you can utilize this data. The data which is available here is because all the artificial intelligence, everything is dependent on data. Data and sometimes many other multinational and other people are utilizing our data to create things. Is doing remarkable work. So look at the data that is available and how we can utilize that one. And as someone else also mentioned about it, the amount of papers which are there, very interesting papers. Just look at the possibilities. We always look at it that how some of these things can become a product or how we improvements in this, because we have already published, but how certain improvements in this can go into the next level of patents, and then how you can utilize, and then you how some initiatives of the incubation centers that can be set up, and then some of these things, how they can become into a product. That if some these things, if someone systematically looks at it, combination of several things, it should not be left at the paper at that level itself. What else can be done with subsequently? If that can be explored and all these things that can be brought together, then interdisciplinary work can continue and a remarkable contribution that can be done to the society. That is wonderful. Best wishes to the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And I have presented ideas of Honorable Dr. Roy. I request Roy to be at this level.
So just want to make 2 points. So one is compared to the first conference, one more thing is added. So that way, the conference organizers have a broad view and inclusive view. And I really appreciate that. And it is good to see 1,000 papers submitted and only 30% are good quality of PhD. My second advice or motivation is to students. I mainly work in semiconductors, so I just want to talk about a person. His name is Morris Chan. He was like you, completed his undergraduate degree from MIT. From Stanford and MIT, he completed his PhD, MS and PhD. He wanted to go back to his country, that is Taiwan. Taiwan is a small country, something like the Karnataka, the Maharashtra in area. But he wanted to start a chip fabrication facility. Please remember at that time nobody was asking it. But now the world is really taking chips. So he wanted to go back to his country. He worked with the administrative system, university system, and political system, and we could make that TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor system manufacturing process. So that is the leading people. It will change the economy of the country and wonderful things happen. It's a very big success story. So my encouragement to you is some of you, I was so fortunate to travel with the startup Western Manila. Some of you will be starting up something similar and bring much more greater impact. Whatever may be the area you will be pursuing, you will contribute, but I really often wish that there will be something similar from our country and probably from this audience. Wish you the best.
Thank you very much, sir. We also have Mr. Naresh Shivani. So, sir, please address the gathering.
Good afternoon or maybe good morning. I would like to thank this particular university and the guests over here. We had a very nice session on both on AI and ML, targeting the industry, starting from semiconductor, wiring, conservation, even agriculture. And my message to you all, aspiring engineers who are going to be in the workforce, is that AI ML, maybe one person asks the question that getting a job literally is this cutting technology of AI and may hinder their success in their coming endeavor, right? I can give you one very simple example. When we started, just like you, I was a student, right? That time the computer came into the picture and we did card punching. We put this card with the holes in the machine, and the message was that they will replace you all. No more jobs will be here. That never happened. What I found message to you, we need to ride the wave of technology, correct? AI, ML, even though on the first front it looks like that, oh, everything was is great. One of the areas which I would like to bring to your attention is like health industry, defense, agriculture. Look into the capital, the finance area, right? Simple example I can tell you. One day the NASDAQ, which is the top leading in the capital or the software, or sorry, the stock market, $200 billion turnover happened. Majority of the decision goes behind that as a strategy. People like you, me, they work in AI. Another example is the cryptocurrency. AI is already engraved in that to take the right decision, to make the right decision in a fraction of the second. What my message to you is that the world is so big and the projects are humongously big. And there is the need for you people. The only thing is that God has given you the real AI and that is your brain. You need to be aware, you need to be smart, you need to think at least a couple of steps ahead. I know where you do it. Make a one special area, and then the world is open for you. That's my message to you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your message. I would request Activity to sir to please address the gathering.
Good morning. Thank you all for that. I just want to say, if you have a meeting here, I don't want like okay. See something is something yesterday, but I something here in life, and here the guy is that. Today is a really person. Okay. So AI is nothing but like we are all limiting about the brain. Now we are all having the brain. So what we need to find out? What to focus. Focus is the main area. To focus is not enough. You have to commit. It's something to yourself. Put your heart on the table. opportunity. Only you will utilize that there is an opportunity of market. So what I want you all to think as of now, when you are listening, something is a problem, something is a problem, why it is and all, something will be there in your mind, okay? So if you keep on that, go on listening, something is being said, this can be a solution, or this I have to do it. First you on that. Okay? So that is one way as of now, I try to understand, the same figure of the same page. But first the life goal is more important. Okay. So I think that's what I achieve, and you all people have to achieve similar to that, life, your life purpose, life goal. That will be most enriching. You cannot say how happy you will be at that time. Like you can ask more to others how happy he will be. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, may I request the chief guest of today's inaugural ceremony, Dr. IDICAIHEI-2024, a renowned Indian electrical engineer and leading academic to address the gathering.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, who has left because of his other commitment, Dr. Reddy, my other distinguished colleagues, long-time friends who are there, there are friends of the dais, like Dr. Thackeray and many others, all other participants, students, distinguished guests. First of all, let me thank Dr. Reddy for inviting me here for this conference. I should also congratulate him for organizing such a wonderful conference. I think the second time the conference is organized, that means the conference is sustained. And in the year to come also, obviously we have much more reach. So my highest congratulations to Dr. Reddy for organizing this conference and also to the DMIHER Institute of Higher Education and Research. What is the purpose of the conference? If you ask me, personally, if you come for the conference, it is to meet the old friends, colleagues. It is like a get together. We have not seen for many of our friends for many years. As we meet in front of the conference, I met Dr. Kori after many years. I keep meeting Dr. Satnarayana, in many conferences. So that is the opportunity to get to meet your long-term friends and colleagues whom you otherwise you don't meet. What is the purpose for you as a young people in the conference? The purpose is, one of those is the exchange of knowledge, to share the information, learn from people, but more than that, to see the people in flesh and blood, about whom you have heard, about whom you have read, whose papers you have read, but you have never seen them in person. But if we ask you, most of you must be watching Amitabh Bachchan every evening in Kaun Banega Crorepati. Who's a very familiar person. It is the same way Amitabh Bachchan walks on this stage and says hello. Would that be the same experience? Actually, certainly it is not. It is far more enriching seeing Amitabh Bachchan on the stage and talking to you directly. Then every evening watching him giving a sermon or asking questions and so on and so on. That context I think is later when I talk to AI. But that is something you should keep in mind. That whenever we go for the conferences, the objective is to interact with the people with whom otherwise you will not get an opportunity to meet face to face. Now this talk, which is the inaugural talk, normally it should be held in the first session and the technical paper should be held later. So several perspectives are set for the conferences and then we go into more technical details. However, for some technical reasons, there were plenary talks that he held earlier, and we heard wonderful talk in the morning. Right, one from Dr. Wardha, he talked about the applications in medical sciences of AI. We also had a fantastic discussion with Wing Commander Rohan Chandler. He gave the perspective, which was there for the defense application. Then we heard the technology which is behind many of the applications which we see, the 5G and 6G from Dr. Kori. And then we heard about the hardware which is required to really achieve many of the things which people take for granted. So whenever we talk about software applications,
we assume that the hardware is granted, it is there, it gives you the speed which is required. It requires a lot more hard work. It requires a lot more power. It requires a lot more power efficient devices. And that's what you heard from Dr. Roy, who gave you a perspective of how to build efficient devices which will be used for the AI application. My talk is going to be a little more giving you a perspective for AI, not going too much into the technical details of that, which we'll talk about in the next 2 days. You hear from various experts working in different fields in the artificial intelligence. So let me start with some technologies or some engineering inventions which had a long-term impact on the society. So the science, so first of all, before that, let us ask the question, what is the engineering? You are engineering people here, technology people here. If I ask you what is engineering, engineering essentially is the application of science for the betterment of human life. That is the definition of engineering. So anything which you do should be there for betterment of human life. Now, until 19th century, there were basic laws were there in science, but there was not too much of application which was there for the betterment of human life. 20th century was the one where a lot of the laws or the basic science understanding was converted into application for the betterment of human life. And one of the landmark things which took place in 20th century, first one, was the high-speed transportation. Before that, people used to be confined to their own locality, hardly there was any exchange of ideas, no travel. I remember I was reading a book by for guitar player Ravi Shankar, and he said first time he went to London, he had 3 stops in between. He used to go from here to Gulf, from Gulf to the Europe, and from there to London. That was the sort of requirement. People used to go by ship, people used to take months for going from one place to another. What high-speed transportation did? It sort of brought the whole world together. That was one transformation which took place, which permanently changed the world. Second technology which came was the communication technology. And that led finally to the internet technology. But communication technology was a revolution. So it can interact with people right across the world within no time. But I still remember my old days, and Dr. Koji also was there in our department in Bombay. We all used to have only one telephone in the department. 3-floor department, one telephone on 4th floor. And if you got a call, somebody would all the way run to your floor to call you, there was a telephone call for you. And immediately when you trying to come, telephone call will be disconnected. That was the scenario which was as lately. This changed in 1990s, and then of course, a lot of transformation is good. Then came the internet technology, which again permanently changed the way the society works, the way society thinks. Before that, people used to be more towards the society, towards their local things, towards their families and so on and so on. After the internet came, the world became a family, and the family became a world. That's what we have. So the paradigm is completely changed when the internet technology came. That was the 20th century sort of transformative technology that came. 21st century technology is going to be the artificial intelligence technology. That's what is going to change the world permanently, and we are already seeing some effects of that right as the time is moving. And all of you, the people who are in 20s, are going to be impacted significantly by this technology. Many of us will not be there, but you are the ones who are going to be there. So the perspective which I want to put in front of you is, are you going to be a simply follower of the technology, or you are going to be the policy designer, or the path defining people who will define how the technology should be used for betterment of human life, betterment of the world. There's a big question that you have to pose, you have to face as the time moves. So if I ask you what is artificial intelligence, all of us know, basically it is the machine learning, deep learning, in the natural language processing, robotics, image processing, and so on and so on. That's what basically are the attributes of the artificial intelligence. That's what you all will be learning in your program. And creating this model, so there is a core of the artificial intelligence in the data. More the data you have, better algorithms you can write, and better algorithms you can write, you can have better prediction, better understanding of the system, so you can create better artificial intelligence system. So the core is actually to have better data, more and more data. So the application which you saw, any application other than this also, where data is already available in abundance. That is something where artificial intelligence is going to play a very major role. Second thing what we will see is that initially when the artificial intelligence research started late last century, this was more like a curiosity. How the human mind works? How does the brain stimulate the situation? How does the brain take decisions? That was curiosity. That's what basic science was looking for, cognitive science. The objective that time was never to replace the human brain any part of the year. That was not the objective. Over the time, however, the artificial intelligence now is the race human brain. It is going to now essentially competing with the human brain, or other way, the human brain now is to compete with the artificial intelligence now. That was never the original objective of the cognitive science of the artificial intelligence. This field is certainly going to have a tremendous financial value. So the number, if I take it, it is expected to have $15.7 trillion financial backup by the next 5 years. At least commercially, this venture is going to be driven with a very strong push. And whether what you want it from it, what is going to happen as a part of the party. So now, having understood that this technology is going to be there, and it is inevitable to stop it, we cannot stop the technology becoming. We can look at the technology only from the technological angle, and that's what most of the conferences do. Other ways, look at this new technology which is coming from a broader perspective, not only from the technological perspective, and see how do we really shape this technology to really create a world which we want to have. One way is technology goes organically. When the internet came, nobody thought the internet is going to take it. Nobody thought that after the internet came, everybody will be busy in the WhatsApp, people will not talk to each other on the face, on data conversation. Nobody thought about it. But it happened. And people now slowly got adapted to that. When it has repercussions, that's very less. It does. Has repercussions. But it happened organically. So we are seeing transformation taking place in technology, which happened organically. And society, many times the technology had a tremendous commercial push. So they went on pushing, and society went on adapting to this technology. Whether they wanted that to happen that way, nobody knows. Nobody wanted that to happen that way, but it happened. People got used to that. So data, which is the core of the artificial intelligence, that is something which has to be reliable. If it is reliable, generally you can have the proper prediction, proper understanding of the system, and you can do better artificial intelligence. So part of this is to see when Dr. Vishnuvardan said that he is going to create the data within India. He is going to create the medical record which are India sent. Most of the time we get the model from the Western world. This data on the only problem to make your model, that data comes from the Western world. Medical data. So that data can have variances and needs which belong to that side. Can you apply that data to the Indian community? I think the question is a big question. Why one study is applied to another distribution? The company is not to run with each other. But we have been doing it. So first step to really create a good artificial intelligence, which is going to be India centric, to really create more authentic data, which is more suitable for the India centric field. And one of the steps which is suggested, I think is very commendable, and we should really congratulate for really taking the step to take this thing forward. Taking diabetes also, the question
sort of portrayed even in the international fora, that half the population of India is dying. I want to ask a simple question to the statistician. If the Western world did not exist, if you are collecting the data and when the data is not veritably true, what is the level of validity? Who will know? It is only empirical data which you are collecting. You want certain parameters, certain means, and you say you are below the mean or higher than mean, so that's why you don't fit to that mean, and that's why you are out of the list. Suppose the Western world did not exist, and if you collected the data for the diabetes patient, our means and averages would be much higher. And then you would get that is the level. That's why we don't really do. So data is something extremely important when we talk about where we are going to fit our model. And that's what we are really working on. Having said the general thing, let me now come to the specific thing which we are talking about the conference, which is the health, education, and the manufacturing. Coming to the health sciences, one of the most important applications they have can play, there is drug discovery. It is extremely time using job, and it requires a lot of computing power. That's where actually drug discovery, where artificial intelligence can play a very important role. Second thing where AI is playing an important role is the diagnostics. There are many efforts, which normally can be shown as X-ray, MRI. The AI does much better job than the human doctor. The success rate or the prediction rate, identification or diagnostic thing is much better with AI than the human being. Human beings have limited knowledge, they have limited database, and because of that, maybe they experience. So medical sciences, it is less scary and more practical. Essentially relies on using experiences from different samples. More patient doctors need, better the doctor is. That's what is happening. Actually, it's actually more and more. If that is the scenario for a doctor, then AI is a good case for competing the doctor. Second thing is the treatment is given by using artificial intelligence. There was a time when the doctor, when you go to the doctor, the first thing he will ask you is to lie down on the bed. You set your pulse, you place your stomach, place your chest, and then find out what is wrong with you. Today, most of the physicians don't touch your body. As soon as you enter the clinic, they are able to prescription. Do this test, do this test, do this test, do this test. And what they look at is only the test report, that's what they look at. They don't look at even your eyes, whether your eyes are yellow or red or what. They don't do that. If that is the case, as it is going to be, then the AI certainly is going to do much better job because they have a much better data on the report. So the doctors who think they are looking the core for the health education, this is very concerned. That is the reports are going to be used for telling what is wrong with you. Actually, the AI certainly is going to do a much better job like years to come. That's what is going to happen. So doctors have to redefine themselves if they really work with the AI. They can really make the AI as a tool, but they should make sure that they do something more than what normal AI is not able to do. Then only they become relevant. That they should repeat. Then in medicine, once you got the report and got the diagnosis, the medicine is prescribed. Again, it comes down to the data, sample which are available to you. And the telemedicine then always are becoming more relevant because based on the report, actually telemedicine you can provide the prescription to any patient. It will be equally reliable or even sometimes even better. That's what essentially goes on. So the health technology, the artificial intelligence level of diagnosis, instrumentation, prediction, the AI certainly is going to do a much better job as the time is going to move. And as more and more data is going to be added to that, more and more precise it is going to be. That's what the health science is going to do. Second domain, it is the education domain. Now the core for the artificial intelligence for education actually started with online education. Some of you must know in online education in India also started probably about 2000.
We started the program, MIT started the program, this is OCW. IIT started the program, and we tell all online classes, courses were there, which were made available to the wider community, and so on and so on. That time the objective was digital education was not to really do something better than the human being. So objective was the online education was very limited. When OCW started from MIT, the objective was we have got some distinguished professors at MIT, and everybody across the world are not really privileged to get training under them. These are not available. If you want to take it, please take it. That was their mandate. When NPTEL started with IEEE, the mandate was not the same. The mandate was there was an explosion of education in India. There were so many engineering colleges which were coming in, and there was an acute shortage of faculty. How do we bridge the gap of the faculty? When you get a totally bright student coming to the engineering institute, that was addressed by online education. Right? You don't have to continue that model forever if you have a very qualified faculty to this thing. So the online education actually started like about almost 20-25 years back with a different objective. What is online education essentially did? It changed the paradigm of education. What was the paradigm of education? Originally, paradigm of education was only the face-to-face teaching. That means it was synchronous in space and time. You have to be present at the same time when the teacher is present, and at the same location also, the same classroom will be there. What online education did? It actually broke the paradigm. You need not be present at the same time. You need not be present in the same location, and you can still learn something from the best person in the world. That was the approach. But the third paradigm, which is very, very important for education, is to make the education compatible with the individual capability of understanding. That was not broken by the online education. And that's what it will be broken essentially by artificial intelligence. Where the education is going to be more tailor-made. It is going to be for the individual. You can really shape the way it will be taught, right? As for the individual writing, and individual capacity and capabilities and so on and so on. So, thirdly, the multilingual education, which is for India, is also important. That's where artificial intelligence is going to play a very, very important role. Because all of you, all of us, think that we understand the things better in our own local language, in our mother tongue. If it is taught in the alien language, our understanding is difficult. How can we reach the gap? Artificial intelligence suddenly can play a role at investment between the gap, and so on and so on. So you are going to see actually the virtual classroom, you are going to see the programs which are made, which are suiting for the individual requirement, and so on, where artificial intelligence is going to play a role. Calculation of grades and so on, which is always highlighted in IEEE. In my opinion, that's really job. Any computer system can really do that. They are really requirement. In this context, the question was asked in the morning. Will the teachers become irrelevant in the time as the time goes? So I would like to say somebody has said very nicely. What artificial intelligence or machines are going to do, they are going to give you the learning. They are not going to give you education. What is the difference between education and learning? Somebody has said very nicely. After a particular course, after removing all the content remains with you, is education. You may not remember the content, you can forget the content of the course. What you remember, the way the professor came to the class, the way the professor interacted with you. So it is not something what AI is going to do. AI is going to tell you what you want to do, what you want to learn. What the teachers do, they tell you what you should take, what way you should take. That is something which machine will never be able to tell you. So the teachers will have to define their role in the sense that proper transfer of information, how teachers are not required. Inspiration, which was also highlighted, I think, by the commander, that you require inspiration. That's what will come from the teacher. And let me tell you, after you graduate from here, after many years, you remember the good features in your life because they have a tremendous impact on you. It is not the content they cover, it is not the subject they talk about. It is the way they interacted with you. That's what created, that's what transformed your life. That's what you are today because these people actually came in your life. That's what is going to happen, right, as is going to go. The biggest challenge, however, the teachers are going to face in the world of artificial intelligence is how to evaluate the students. In fact, I still teach in IIT, and this is I found a big challenge for myself. So when I set the assignment for the exam, just to be clear, I gave the exam for that degree. Believe me, within a fraction of a second, it gives a solution for the entire exam. If that is the way things are going to be, then what way we are going to evaluate the student, and that is one of the challenges which you have to really think about, and teachers are going to focus more on that. What way we will train the people, and what way we will really evaluate their performance, their understanding, their content, and so on. So these are some of the things which are there in the education system. Of course, in manufacturing sector, you all know supply chain, you all know the prediction for the demand, and so on and so on. Where AI is definitely going to play a role, and we will make it change into a system which will make it more efficient, right, more effective, and so on. There is one more area where the AI will start playing a role and will not projected that way. And which is again very huge database is law. Most of the law, when you talk about the things which are given by the thing, they are given by the president. They always look at the database, so they are last 40 years and find out what is the president for giving the judgment. If the president was there, the judgment can be given on based on the time. All the legal people, all the legal access is judgment. AI can really explore this in a much wider sense, over much wider database which is there. Second thing which AI can do, which is positive and negative for AI, the AI does not have any emotion. At least it can do the judgment completely impartial. Many times I wonder, when I go to court on the same case, or the same witnesses, or the same evidences, the High Court gives one decision, the Supreme Court gives the exactly opposite. How that can happen? That can happen provided it is not the fact which are playing a role. It is something else which is playing a role in really coming to the judgment. AI probably will be something which will be impartial and will be the judgment based on this. So it will make the law much more accessible to people, right? It will make the law much cheaper, it will be available, and many of the cases it will be of routine kind. They can be really handled by the artificial intelligence. That will be a tremendous step actually in the artificial. So the applications of AI are going to be numerous, very large. As I mentioned, wherever there is a large data, the AI is definitely going to play a role in that. So in the technological conference, normally what we do, we highlight only the good things about the technology. But here, I want to put a perspective for technology. I want to give a thought process for technology. So you all know what are the advantages of artificial intelligence. It is going to be more efficient. It will go to really solve the routine problems which are there, the fatigue which is there for pretending particular job, and you have to do much more efficiently. There is automation, and it will be available around the clock. It will be again and so on and so on. All the advantages is learned. What we should focus on is where this AI is going to take us. And one of the things which the cons which are there for AI that highlighted by everybody is it is going to make the human beings more and more lazy. Earlier, when I wanted to write something, I used to write the job at least 10 times before it is final. Today, I have content, I will give to my time quickly. And the form which is modified, and give it to I don't write better. But what you are achieving in this course? You don't get anything in this course. I told a good job. But did I get it? That is something to worry about. What it meant, it will be late. There was a time when people used to remember the phone number of them and all their relatives.
own the phone number also. Many times you ask the right phone number, other phone number, and you think, what is the number? I don't know. This is mobile. I will go and sit there. I don't have that. And it is interesting that all the biological systems, more you track them, better they become. You leave them lazy, the system again will slow it down. If you want to become your heart stronger, what do? You jog, you run, you exert on your heart, so your heart becomes stronger. That's what you do. You want to build your muscle, what do? You put more stress on your muscle, so your effort gets dedicated. Same is true for your brain also. More you tax your brain, more it will perform. Lesser you apply the taxing on the brain, it will become more and more sluggish. In fact, there are countries like Israel. They say that pregnant women are allowed to eat all the mathematical puzzle. So that the child is born, it will have superior in the intellect. Right? Because it will be thinking cost and it will be there on the side. Today, by creating this kind of facility, we are making our brain more and more slight. We start forgetting it, we don't remember it. Are we, by doing this, we are going to create our intellectual capability not stronger. It's going to become more and more weaker as the time is going to go. What differentiates us from the animals? It is the intellectual capability. All other animals are superior than human beings in something else. They all have different. Some of them can hear sound, ultrasound, some of them can see light vision. What? How is human being superior? It's an intellect. If you lose on that, if your intellect starts thinking, with this kind of facilities, it is available to you. What will be the difference between you and animals? Simple question to ask is, if everything is done by AI, what will you do? What will I do? Earlier, I used to think, I can write poems, I can create music, I can create better, I can do something more creative. I find now, even that is done by all the AI tools. I was listening to a talk by IEEE chairman. He said, there is curiosity. You ask the ChatGPT to write a poem on IEEE. And ChatGPT wrote a poem on IEEE, you didn't know that. He said, I don't like this poem. You may have the poem. If you have the poem, there is no time. So the creative thing which was there in the human being, should it get compromised? That is a big question which is there in front of our heart. So having said that, and coming back to the motto, because it actually the sponsored conference, I always like to show the motto of IEEE. That is the advancing technology for humanity. That is the motto of IEEE. Any technology you are doing, it should be for advancing humanity, not challenging humanity, not repressing humanity. That is not the objective of technology. So when we are doing all these things are there, should we really need AI to happen organically? Which is in the race of proving technology superiority is heading towards replacing human beings by technology. Should the organic approach be a good approach? In my opinion, we require a more guided approach towards it. We require people to see technology is available for what the technology is used. The nuclear power is available. What it should be used for creating atom bomb or creating power? What it should be used? Yeah, it is essentially atom bomb like that. We have to see very critically how we are going to make use of this technology. And that's we require a good amalgamation of technologists and social scientists. We should not do the research in the artificial intelligence, excluding the social reformers, the social scientists, because they are the ones who know what will the society should take. We should have a close interaction when I'm creating a particular application. You should ask them, is it the one which is good for building your society? And what is the meaning of society? So society should be happy. It should have more compassion. It should have more peace. It should have more happiness. That's what we are in the society. It should be more empathy. Is this application anything we do, it is going to really contribute towards that? If yes, then we should really advance the technology in that direction. If no, we should judiciously say that
technology is very challenging, but I would not like to really take it forward because it is going against this management. If we have internet gives access to people, nice thing, you can talk to your relatives and friends within no time, video, you can see them, but has it really created a coherence in the society? Unfortunately, it has some repercussions, and it does not create a coherence in the society. So essentially, when we talk about the taking the technology forward for AI, you have to simply ask, how do we preserve the humanness in this race of technology? The biggest challenge we are facing today is preserving humanness. And why I'm saying this is, any technology we use today, essentially all the previous, all the digital technology, it only responds to your two senses, your vision and your audio. Your three senses of human being are completely missing. You don't know taste, you don't know smell, you don't know touch. And one touch is better than 1,000,000,000 words to somebody there. Somebody wants to console you. The one hand on your shoulder is much better than giving a sermon that you know this should not be there, you know, should not be that. All that is something you really should think about. So preserving humanity in this time, that is something which is really the challenge you are going to have. And that is the responsibility which is there on all of you. So when you really get and participate in the technological race, all the things in mind. Am I really contributing to the advancement of technology for humanity? And if you do that, that will be a greater achievement to create the next 22nd century in which we are going to go by the end of the next 80 years. So thank you very much. Once again, I just want to follow this and give conference.
Thank you very much, sir, for your thought-provoking speech, and your taken into the journey of technology right from one single telephone to multiple telephones and mobiles with everyone. Thank you very much. So with this, we come to the end, and for this, I would like to call my colleague, Dr. Sopran Mundera, for the vote of thanks.
Namaste to dignitaries, distinguished guests, and all the attendees. On the behalf of the Semiconductor Institute of Higher Education and Research, Dean of University, and Faculty of Engineering and Technology, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all those who contributed to the success of this inaugural ceremony for the second IEEE DMIHER International Conference on Artificial Intelligence in Industry, Education, and Healthcare. Firstly, I extend my our heartfelt gratitude to the chief guest, Honorable Raghunath sir, for gracing us with the presence and sharing invaluable insights that have set an inspiring tone for this conference. Your pioneering contributions to the academy and technology continue to illuminate pathways for all of us. So, guest of honor, Dr. Vishnuvardan, Mr. Rohan Chandak, Dr. M. Kori, Dr. Roy, and Dr. B. Satyanarayana sir, thank you all for your profound and thought-provoking keynote address, which have beautifully encapsulated the transformative impact on the AI across healthcare, education, and industry. A special thanks to all the dignitaries from the DMIHER, Honorable Sri Dattaji Meghe, Founder and Chancellor of DMIHER, Honorable Sri Sagarji Meghe, Principal Advisor, Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, Chief Advisor, Dr. Lalit Bhushan Wagmare, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Gaurav Mishra, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sweta Kayati Surkar, Registrar, Dr. Rajiv Bole, Director General, Dr. S.S. Patel, Chief Coordinator, Dr. Sandeep Srivastava, Executive Director, DMIHER Global, Dr. Shruti Wagmare, Executive Director, Academic Excellence, Dr. Ray Fazil, Executive Director, R&D, Dr. Sanjay Iyer Digavkar, OSC AVBRS, Dr. Abhay Nandamati, JNIC, Dr. Manoj Andres, Dean SPDC, Dr. Vaishali Kusewar, Dean MG ACS, Dr. Anil Pete, Principal EMCOP, Dr. HR Suresi, Principal RMPC, Dr. Pallavi Rajamanana, Director SAHES, Dr. Vaishali Kasande, Principal SRM Bond, Dr. Ranjana Sharma, Principal SN Bond, Dr. Ujjwal Venkateswaran, Dean TMMC, Dr. Sujit Kumar, Principal SAHS, Nagpur Campus, for their unwavering support and vision, which have been instrumental in making this conference a reality. I would like to thank all the visitors here, Dr. K.P. Karunakaran, SAL R&D Chair, Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, Professor Shivaji Gundu, Principal, Saint Xavier Influence Youth Mumbai, Dr. Manali Sitpagar, Director Technical, Major Group of Institutions, Dr. J.W. Gopal, Principal, VCET Private Mumbai, Dr. Subhash Chandra, Principal, Lokmanya Tilak College of Engineering, Navi Mumbai, Dr. Ajay Paswar, Professor and Head of Department, Electronics and Telecommunication, Sitna College of Engineering and Technology, Amravati, Dr. Arvind Bhagat Patel, Dean Planning and Development, Director IPSC, Yeshwantharao Chauhan College of Engineering, Dr. Smita Lohankar, Associate Professor and HOD, EHPC Department, SS Jungare College of Engineering, Mumbai, Mr. Vinay Thakkar, Center Director of Lifting, Faridabad Learning Center, Mr. Sisku, Head IT India and Middle East, Mumbai, Mr. Naresh Tiwari, IT Manager, Department of Surgery, Washington, DC, USA, Ms. Josephine S. Senior Technical Officer, IIT Guwahati, Mr. Anirudh Balpande, entrepreneur, educationalist, and angel investor. Dr. Babaji Gevre, Professor JNMC DMIHER, Dr. Vaibhav Anjangal, sir, Director, School of Higher Education and Research, Dr. Puneet Puljar, Professor, SPDC DMIHER, for accepting our invitation and present as a session here. I also express my sincere gratitude towards respected Dean, sir, Dr. K.D. Reddy, for their continuous improvement and motivation towards us. I would like to thank my colleague practitioner, Dr. Sukrata Padarne, Dr. Rajendra Revatkar, and organizing secretaries, Mr. Chetan Puri, Mr. Palal Shiva, Mr. Amit Gurde, Dr. Gayatri Shukla, for their seamless coordination and tireless efforts. I would like to thank all the teaching faculties, reviewers, volunteers, non-teaching staff, technical team, and all others who supported us in a different way for the smooth conduction of the inauguration ceremony. To our sponsors, partners, and all the contributors, thank you all for believing in our mission and providing the resources to make this event successful. The success of this conference would not have been possible without the meticulous planning and execution of the organizing committee and the enthusiastic participation of our delegates, researchers, and scholars. Your contribution enriched the dialogue and elevated quality of the discussion. Finally, I want to thank you, each one of you in the audience. Your curiosity and engagement makes this event meaningful and impactful. As we conclude today's inaugural session, let us carry forward for the learning and collaborative initiated here and continue to explore the boundless possibilities for AI in shaping a better tomorrow. Thank you all once again. I wish you an enriching and productive conference ahead. Jai Hind.
I have got some announcements today. For this, we have got our notes, and then we have got our sessions, which are there in the free campus. We have got our campus program in the Ignite 2050, in the auditorium. So I request everyone to join for this program. Thank you very much. Have a good day. I will already that good program. Please only